Hereby call the Palm Springs regular City Council meeting of November 12th, 2020 to order. For those who would like to join me and are able to, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, undivided, with liberty for all. City Clerk, can you please do a roll call?
Councilmember Garner.
Present.
Councilmember Middleton.
Present.
Councilmember Woods. Present. Mayor Pro Tem Holstedge.
Here.
Mayor Kors.
Here.
All council is present.
We'll next move on to presentations. We have two presentations tonight, and I'll turn the first one over to Councilmember Lisa Middleton.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it is a pleasure to read this proclamation. Whereas the city of Palm Springs has a history of neighborhood organizations dating back to 1967 with the formation of the Gateway Community Association, followed in the 1990s by the Deepwell Estates Historic Tennis Club, Las Palmas, the Movie Colony, and the Racquet Club. Whereas the City of Palm Springs ordinance recognizing the organization of neighborhoods is now 15 years old, and the basis for the relationship of the City of Palm Springs and the Organized Neighborhoods of Palm Springs, 1PS, formerly known as the Palm Springs Neighborhood Involvement Committee, PSNC, and is now comprised of 49 unique neighborhoods throughout the city, building upon the work of the neighborhoods that organized prior to the ordinance, whereas 1PS has worked collaboratively with the city as a conduit for information exchange between key city agencies, including the city manager, Palm Springs Police and Fire Departments, the City Council, and other city staff and commissions, resulting in improved communications as well as the improvement of the quality of life for residents and visitors alike. Whereas the City of Palm Springs, through the Office of Neighborhoods, has supported the development and growth of neighborhoods, providing information, technical assistance, support, and leadership essential to the success of 1PS and the Organized Neighborhoods of Palm Springs, with the goal of organizing 100% of the city within the next year. Whereas 1PS has participated with Neighborhoods USA, NUSA, national organization throughout the year, receiving awards and recognitions for its neighborhood guide, annual picnic, and the Palm Springs Black History Parade and Town Fair, culminating with the City of Palm Springs in collaboration with 1PS hosting Neighborhoods USA Conference in 2019, bringing cities and attendees from across America to our beautiful city to share ideas and visit our community. And whereas 1PS committees work to provide input into city policies and work to support city activities through the spirit of volunteerism and education, with such success as the annual picnic now in its 13th year, where over 1,000 participants come to learn about city services and neighborhood involvement. Whereas Organized Neighborhoods extend the spirit of volunteerism and organization into each neighborhood through locally elected leaders that organize meetings, websites, local projects, and neighborhood events, such as disaster preparedness workshops and CERT training, creating a true sense of neighborhood across the city. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Palm Springs recognizes and celebrates the 15th anniversary of the ordinance that has served to change the face of the city and promote the unique neighborhoods and interests of this place we all call home. Be it further resolved that the City of Palm Springs recognizes and thanks the members and leadership of 1PS and the 49 neighborhoods for their many hours of volunteerism and their work to make our city a great place to live and work and visit. And signed by all members of the City Council. Thank you.
And also, we have our Organized Neighborhoods of Palm Springs Chairperson's Honor Roll, which acknowledges all of the incredible chairs who've done so much and put in so much time in their outstanding leadership to improve the life of our residents. And for the last 2 years, we have now added Kathy Cohn. So thank you, Kathy, for all you've done for all of us.
Well, good evening and thank you. As the current chairwoman of 1PS, I'm honored to accept this proclamation this evening, recognizing our 15th anniversary and our official formation. It's important to remember that the first neighborhood, which I think Lisa referred to, Desert Highlands Gateway Estates, was launched in 1967. And it remains one of the most strong and active neighborhoods to this day. As was noted also, there are now 49 organized neighborhoods of varying sizes and levels of activity. We members are proud of the contributions that 1PS has made to facilitate better communication between the residents, businesses, and city officials. Our goal is to continually strive to improve the quality of life of residents in our city. We realize how fortunate we are to live, work, and play in a city that values the importance of a robust civic engagement. 1PS owes its success, as you mentioned, to the dedicated volunteers in the neighborhood organizations, on our board of directors, and our active committees. Every day, I learn something new from this smart, generous, and fun cast of characters that make up 1PS. Thank you for honoring 1PS this evening on this 15th anniversary. Collectively, our neighborhoods of residents and businesses pledge to continue to provide ideas, recommendations, support, and leadership for the city of Palm Springs. Thank you.
And I just want to say I've only been here for 4 years of the 15 years, and it has been my honor to work with 1PS. It's actually been one of the highlights of my working career. These folks are dedicated, and like Kathy said, they're there. We're supportive, and they're doing a lot for the community. And I just want to take time to thank Kathy, our outgoing chair. Thank you for your thoughtful leadership and dedication to the community and to the 49 organized neighborhoods of 1PS, for your steady presence leading 1PS through the successful planning and production of the 2019 Neighborhoods USA Conference in Palm Springs, and for your patient guidance during the COVID-19. You make all of us better. And I want to also give a quick shout out to Bob Farron. He's our outgoing events chair. He's run that committee for 4 years. Ever since I've been here, it's amazing. That guy is tireless and has put on so many different events throughout the years. And I just want to tell him, thank him for his dedication, creativity, and leadership in organizing countless 1PS events, including the annual picnic and candidate forums, and for your remarkable skills in recruiting and managing over 100 volunteers for the 2019 Neighborhoods USA Conference in Palm Springs. You make us proud. And I just shout out to everyone, and thank you to Stephen Moses here in the audience, and our incoming chair, Peter Sipkins. And thanks again, Kathy, for all your hard work.
We have one more presentation, which is our COVID-19 update. And Danny DeSalms, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We all know that we're still in the purple tier. We haven't gone the right direction, so I just have 2 quick slides for an update. So the first slide is Riverside County. You can see we've been on a steady upward trend for the past 6 weeks. Over on the right, it has the past 4 weeks of the case rate per 100,000. Since Tuesday, we've had 1,200 new cases in Riverside, which is putting us on track to beat last week, which was 2,900. Our positivity rate, or the percentage, is actually still in the red tier, even though it's right there on the cusp. So it's not a matter of testing. It's just more people are getting sick in Riverside County and really across the country. It's not just us, but it's not necessarily just testing. It's more people are sick. And then here's Palm Springs. Our numbers kind of go up and down, but our numbers last week were the worst they'd been in 6 weeks. We had 471 cases in the Coachella Valley last week, which was a 16% increase over the week prior. Since Tuesday, we've had 187 cases, which is, again, putting us on track to having the 3rd worst week in a row. The good news is hospitalizations are actually not increasing as bad as we had anticipated. None of the Valley hospitals are concerned about bed space at this time, and there's actually only 19 cases in ICU at Desert Regional, so it's actually pretty good. Another good note is we're going to have at least 1 state-run test site here in the city. It's probably going to be at the convention center. I learned that today. It was between the convention center and Demuth, and convention center is a better location to either get to for everybody. And then we're potentially going to have a drive-through test site somewhere else in the city. So we're bringing at least 1 state test site into the city, possibly a second, and we'll keep city staff updated on that. That's all we've got.
Thank you. Any questions? Anyone? Great. Thank you very much. And we'll take a very short break for the council to get back to our offices. Thank you. item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items be removed for separate discussion. I'd like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items any council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion or vote? Councilmember Middleton.
Yes, 1E is in Edward.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Can I get a motion to accept the agenda with separate discussion and vote on item 1E?
I will. I'm losing my words. I can't remember. Yes.
So moved.
Moved. My goodness.
And seconded.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Garner, seconded by Councilmember Middleton.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstedge.
Yes.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I'd like to request City Attorney Ballinger to please provide a report of our closed session.
Yes. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, the City Council met in closed session to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda, and there was no reportable action.
Thank you very much. Our next item will be public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You're asked to please begin your time by telling us which agenda item or items you're speaking about. Please note the testimony for public hearings will be taken at the time of the public hearing, and general public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the evening. Tonight, the City Clerk will be contacting speakers via telephone. City Clerk Mejia, will you please begin?
Mr. Ryan Wimpy, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, great. City Council, thank you for considering our issue today. This is item 5A on the agenda. I'm the representative for Mass Flora. I would like to start today just by stating that we purchased the building and applied for the regulatory permit for this cannabis dispensary prior to the 500-foot requirement was implemented through that ordinance. But secondly, I've reviewed the staff report pretty extensively, and respectfully, I disagree with the findings of consideration number 4. The site conditions of that property are dilapidated, rundown, and have become a safe haven for homelessness in that area. Why we think that this is unique to our current business as a cannabis operation is that inherently cannabis businesses have heightened security, and with that, there's direct and indirect deterrences for people like that to hang around and further damage the property, run it down, and really prevent customers and other people that are visiting other businesses around that area from really safely feeling like they can visit those areas. This company is highly experienced in the state of Colorado with 6 dispensaries there, and then 1 dispensary in Long Beach as well. And we're highly experienced with security, and it's always in the forefront of our considerations. With that being said as well, the previous tenants of this property, Bones and Scones being the forefront of those tenants, they were all leaving at the time that we purchased this property. And when we purchased this property, the current owner stated that this was no longer going to be an investment property for him due to all the tenants basically moving out, largely because of the surrounding areas just not being amenable to actual business operations and attracting customers. On that same token, due to the lot size and the constraints that we have, we've maximized the parking potential, and it's going to be very difficult to add additional parking there. And we've exceeded the parking requirement for our intended use in that area. But with that being said, we are willing to make sure that the surrounding areas are cleaned up and they look nice. Plus we're going to be doing the remodel of the interior of that building.
Ryan?
Yes.
Your time is over, but if the
Okay.
city council has questions for you, we will call you back.
Perfect. That sounds great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Charlie Irvin, you're live with the Palm Springs
Yes.
City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, this is Charlie Irvin. I was just calling in regards to the item that's on the agenda with the social equity program. There's a couple items that are on the agenda that I want to speak about, so I guess this is just one that I'm going to talk about now. But I just want to make sure that with the social equity program that you guys make sure that there's no companies that are part owner or any companies that find someone to qualify for the program and place them on the with being half owner of the business. I just want to make sure that the applicants are the actual applicants and not people who just own multiple businesses and are trying to set up the social equity program. And that's kind of all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and we'll disconnect. Eric Christian, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you, council members. My name is Eric Christian. I'm the executive director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. Formed 20 years ago to oppose PLAs. We're a statewide organization that points out the explicitly discriminatory provisions of PLAs. I want to thank first Councilmember Middleton for meeting with our local members. Unfortunately, no other council members.
Sir?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Eric, please continue your comments.
Sorry about that. Ghost in the system. We just wanted to thank Councilmember Middleton for meeting with our local members. Unfortunately, no other council members were willing to do so on an issue that is of such import, despite months of requests to do so. I wanted to point out exactly why it is our members oppose this PLA, what you'll be voting on tonight, and in your discussions have somebody try and justify why this is something that is being voted on tonight. First thing you're doing is you're forcing non-union contractors to be reduced to using 5 of their own workers on a one-to-one basis. They hire one of their members and somebody from the union's hired. So they're working with people they have no relationship with, and they're only allowed 5 of their own members or workers. Those workers that they are allowed to use have to pay into union health, welfare, and pension plans that they'll never vest in. That money, therefore, is lost to them. That's in your project labor agreement. It's in the email that I sent to you showing where it is in the PLA. And that's something you need to ask yourselves, why are we voting on that? Why is that in our PLA? Why are we forcing non-union workers to pay into plans they'll never vest in, and that $20+ per hour in benefits is lost to them? What does that have to do with anything other than to dissuade non-union contractors from bidding your project? And the third thing that your PLA does is force non-union apprentices to not even be allowed to work on your project. Explicitly forbids them from working on it. So bigotry and exclusion, last I checked, were not progressive values, yet that's what's in your PLA. So other than just benefiting big labor special interests, who I understand right time plan contributions, or philosophically maybe somebody that you think you're in line with, there needs to be an explanation as to why taxpayers in your city, the overwhelming majority of whom choose to work in the union-free environment, are punished for working under a PLA in the ways that I've just mentioned. only 5 workers allowed to work at all. Those 5 workers have to pay into union health, welfare, and pension plans they'll never benefit in.
Sir?
And non-union apprenticeship programs aren't allowed at all.
Sir?
Please debate that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jimmy Elrod?
Yes.
You're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Jimmy Elrod. I'm a proud union carpenter and representative for the Southwest of Carpenter. Having the honor of representing roughly 58,000 hardworking and highly skilled carpenters all up west. On behalf of the approximately 6,000 members residing within the Riverside County, with a good number of who live right there within the city of Palm Springs and immediate surrounding areas, I speak excitedly in favor of the proposed community workforce agreement. This is an agreement, if approved, would create great career opportunities within the construction trade that yield good wages with benefits for the local residents and military veterans. Community workforce agreements ultimately help to ensure the local workforce get to work on the projects occurring within their communities, opposed to not. This, in my opinion, is invaluable as it reinforces the health and stability of the local economy by helping to keep the money that funds public works projects in the community, thus maximizing the community wealth they generate. In addition, this agreement would ensure that the projects it covers would be built better. Built by the skilled and trained workforce that are currently enrolled in or have graduated from a state-certified apprenticeship program. This maximizes the values of the funds spent by dramatically reducing the unnecessary rework as a result of shoddy craftsmanship, and reduces the likelihood of construction schedules not being met on time. As I stated earlier, we have a lot of members who live right there within the city and surrounding area. These are hard-working and highly skilled tradespeople that more often than not have to make long commutes in order to gain meaningful employment.
Mr.
This
Elrod?
agreement would drastically enrich not only their life, but also the lives of their families by allowing them to be more present instead of being confined behind the wheel for endless hours in order to make ends meet and provide for their families.
Mr. Elrod?
I know my time's limited and I can go on for hours about how beneficial this agreement would be.
Mr. Elrod, your time is over.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ron Oden, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you, Council. First of all, thank you for your support for social equity, and I am requesting that you would consider a letter of support that can be used for banks and lending institutions for the businesses that qualify for social equity. And I'm also asking that you would look into the matter of a grant writer specifically for use in this program and possibly other programs within the city. And I'm asking that you would please be mindful of the existing predatory businesses that already have a stronghold of businesses within the city, because they are attempting to confiscate funds specifically designated for those who are really from the impoverished areas of our city. They can use a face, but they're actually getting a larger piece of the pie. So please just be mindful of that. And for our existing businesses that are approved for lounges, I'm asking that you would consider those who have balconies that they can use while fulfilling all the requirements of indoor, that we can actually provide services outdoor. And I know it's a creative idea, and not all the businesses have the opportunity to do it, but for those who can, I simply think that it provides additional services. And I thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Oden. Richard Markison,
Yes.
you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm Richard Markson. I represent the Western Electrical Contractors Association, the Plumbing, Heating, Cooling Contractors of California, the American Fire Sprinkler Association, and the Independent Roofing Contractors of California. California's robust wage enforcement program, enforced by the California Labor Commissioner, PLAs replace that. Contractors and employees have an established relationship with each other. PLAs replace that. Existing state law guarantees the payment of prevailing wage, the use of apprentices, and fringe benefits. PLAs overrule that. Contractors have strict liability for quality. PLAs do nothing to change that. PLAs claim local hire, but they can't guarantee that. All they obtain are aspirational goals. PLAs hurt local contractors. PLAs impact local apprentices. PLAs hurt local construction workers. You should reject this and embrace fair and open competition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
We're having a technical problem on hearing, so we're going to hold just for a minute.
Started him and then it cut off all of a sudden.
Can you call Ron?
Yeah, they're
Let
disconnecting.
him know that we have
Reconnecting to
audio
see if that
problems.
fixes it.
That we could not hear after this one.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Russell Johnson, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for taking our comments. My name's Russell Johnson, and I'm with the Associated Builders and Contractors Southern California chapter. We are opposed to the CWA on your agenda this evening. However, one of our members, Brudvik Electric, who's located in Palm Springs, has submitted to you an amendment. And the amendment is simple, and it really just requests that if a local contractor has their place of business within Palm Springs, that they go ahead and be exempted from the community workforce agreement. We believe that based on your council's prior comments, your goal is local hire. And we feel that if a contractor and their core workforce is located within Palm Springs, that already accomplishes your goal. Furthermore, our members are traditionally opposed to CWAs because they discriminate against our members and the apprentices we train. However, we're willing to move to neutral on this item should you accept the amendment as proposed by our member and local Palm Springs business, Broadvic Electric. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration on the amendment.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mr. Ron Oden, I do apologize, we did have audio problems, but you are live with the City Council and they can hear you. So if you'd like to provide your comments, you may.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the council for their work on the social equity program. And I'm asking, in addition, that you would consider providing a letter of support for the people who apply for this program that can be used for banks and lending institutions, hopefully avoiding partnerships, which dilutes the very purpose of the social equity program. And that you would also possibly look into hiring a grant writer specifically for this program to secure funds for those who are applying. I think it's extremely important for this program to be successful because it really shows a partnership between those who are underserved in our community and the city of Palm Springs. I'm also asking that you be mindful of the existing predatory businesses that already have a stronghold on the cannabis industry within our city as they attempt to confiscate funds designated specifically for those who are really from the impoverished areas of our city. And finally, I'm asking that you would also consider those businesses that are approved in our city for lounges, that we have a couple of businesses that have balconies where they can actually provide the same level of the requirements outdoor as well as indoor. And while I know that they have not approved outdoor, I think it's something that we could consider, considering that we could provide social distancing and they can be shielded from public view and provide an air curtain so that none of the odors could emanate from the facility as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And all right.
Hello, Mr. Richard Markison. You're live with the Palm Springs City Council. We do apologize for the audio problems, but we can hear you, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Council members, Richard Markison on behalf of the Western Electrical Contractors Association, the Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Contractors of California, the American Fire Sprinkler Association, and the Independent Roofing Contractors of California. All of these associations are opposed to the PLA or CWA for a number of reasons. Number one, California has a robust prevailing wage enforcement program enforced by the California Labor Commissioner. PLAs or CWAs replace that with arbitration. Number two, contractors and their employees have an established relationship with between each other, and PLAs replace that. Number three, existing state law guarantees the payment of prevailing wage, the use of apprentices, and the payment of fringe benefits. PLAs overrule that. Finally, contractors have strict liability for quality. PLAs do nothing to change that, and PLAs claim that they will ensure local hire, but all they can do is offer best efforts to accomplish that. PLAs, CWAs don't help the city, they help the unions. We encourage you to oppose the PLA, CWA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Bill Perez, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the council, thank you for help tonight. I think. Okay, I hope that's better. Calling tonight to urge support for item 4B regarding the community workforce agreement.
We've come a long ways in a little over a year of working with the staff and the city council members to come to what I think is a very comprehensive contract. Especially want to let the staff, the city attorney, city manager, know how proud we are of the work they've done and a very comprehensive staff report that you have before you. And appreciate all the goodwill and the hard work it took to get to this point. You'll be hearing from many of those from the building trades, crafts, and the members about the values that we bring here with the community workforce agreement. So I won't go into all of that detail. Just wanted to make sure everybody knew how proud we were of the efforts that we've took to get to this point. And I do seriously hope that we can get this over the hump here tonight in concurrence with the staff report for adoption of the community workforce agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob Kalepsi, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Jacob Kleespies. I'm a representative for the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. We represent roughly 6,000 members in Riverside County, and I'm here tonight to speak on their behalf. We support the CWA. Far too often, construction workers have to wake up, make a 2 to 3 hour commute each way to Los Angeles or Orange County, passing by countless projects in the communities they reside, projects they could and should be working on. These workers leave their homes and families too early and get home too late to be involved in the community they chose to reside in. They miss those important events with their family, whether it's being able to coach their child's soccer team or attend a parent-teacher conference. They spend their hard-earned money on the road outside of the community instead of reinvesting it back into local businesses and the local economy. Agreements like this help ensure that the community wealth that is created by these projects stay in the community, and it helps ensure that a mom and dad have an opportunity to go to that parent-teacher conference or coach their child's soccer team. It makes sure local residents are made a priority. It opens the door for that young person, for that veteran starting the next chapter of their life, giving them a pathway to a career, a pathway to great paying jobs with benefits in retirement in the communities that they live. It ensures that the young men and women become skilled and trained, developing skills that will help them throughout their lives. So tonight I ask that you approve this CWA. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. James Rush, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Jim Rush. I'm the business manager of IBEW Local Union 440. We represent over 1,300 electricians throughout Riverside County, many of which call the Coachella Valley their home. I speak strongly in support of this community workforce agreement. I want to thank City Council and staff for exploring this option for their community. Because the message they're sending to their community by exploring this option is that we want to put you first. If construction is going to be built with your tax dollars, we want you to have the first crack at being able to build these projects. For the young boys and girls that are at the high school level that are looking for opportunities for apprenticeships, you're providing them with a path, and you're telling them, we want you there first. With that, putting the community at work first, you're reciprocating those tax dollars, and they're going to be spending money back in the communities. I commend you for your efforts. It does not discriminate against other contractors. All you're doing is setting the bar higher for what you expect in return on investment. Prevailing wage is prevailing wage. You're going to pay it no matter what. But for the council to explore an option to where you're elevating the livelihoods of those within your community is a great thing for everybody across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Vanessa Ingalls, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Ingalls, and I want to encourage you to support the Community Workforce Agreement that is before you tonight. I started my career in the electrical industry here in the Coachella Valley 14 years ago. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to complete a union apprenticeship where I acquired the skills and knowledge to become a successful journeyman wireman, all while making a livable wage and without acquiring any student loan debt. Today, you have the opportunity to provide this same opportunity for your community. Today, you have the chance to provide a livable wage, paid training career to at-risk youth and to minorities. Today, you have a chance to create opportunities to become successful, contributing members of society for your community. Coming from a female who is a successful, contributing member of society, because of these apprenticeship programs, I strongly encourage you to support this Community Workforce Agreement and to put your community members first. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Laura. You're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and if you could begin by please stating your name, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, council members and mayor, of course. My name is Laura Mesquita, and I am a teacher for the Palm Springs Unified School District, a mom, and the wife of a union carpenter. I am here to urge the city of Palm Springs to pass Measure 4B. I find it disheartening that my husband has to commute on average 1 to 3 hours, and while he's working 10 to 12 hours a day when there are projects here locally. Passing this measure will not only ensure that you have the highest quality and safety standards, support unions that strengthen the middle class, but it will allow husbands and fathers to spend time with their families, strengthening a family-oriented and a close-knit community here locally. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Raul Gueda. You're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Good evening, council members. My name is Raul Guedea Jr. I'm with AGC Apprenticeship and Training Trust. We're a non-union apprenticeship program in construction trades. And I'm calling regarding the Community Workforce Agreement that's on the agenda, and I strongly urge you to vote no on this. If you put this in place, this will exclude apprentices from our apprenticeship program. And we handle Riverside County, and it would exclude a lot of contractors and apprentices that work in that area. In fact, there's a strong echo. I'm sorry, it's a little difficult to speak. But again, going back, this agreement sounds great if you're in the union. That's the only people that it benefits. So again, I strongly urge you to vote no, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Thank you.
Louise, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments, and if you could begin by stating your name.
Luis Guachos, director of the Palm Springs Art Museum. I'm just urging City Council and Mayor Coors to reconsider closing down Museum Way and installing Forever Maryland statue in front of the Palm Springs Art Museum and adjacent to the new city park. Planners in the city spent numerous years planning out that beautiful cultural plaza with that beautiful vista leading from Palm Canyon through to the museum with the beautiful backdrop of the mountain, a signature for our museum. The museum is very concerned about the decision about the Maryland statue, its content, which is highly offensive to most, and also at a time when our governments and institutions are critiqued about issues of equity, gender, diversity, this would be a decision that would be in greatly poor taste to present to our community and how we present ourselves to not only our community at large, but our visitors and our tourists. We serve over 100,000 school-age kids at the museum, and the thought of those kids leaving our museum and having the first thing they see is the undergarments and underwear of this enormous Maryland sculpture would be highly offensive and does not ride with the values of not only our museum as a cultural institution for Palm Springs, but our community at large. I really urge you to consider a different location for the Maryland statue, and I recommend the Houston Park and Plaza right across the street from the convention center, which would really almost be a perfect location for this particular statue. But please do not close Museum Way. It is one of the most beautiful entry points into the cultural plaza and will serve the park in substantial ways, and urge you not to make any decisions before our park is fully realized and open to the public until we really understand traffic flow, pedestrian traffic, and certainly this particular subject, Maryland, has been very contested in other communities where it's been installed, and in some cases has been defaced in other communities.
Yes, the time is over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Warmick, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. My name's Kathy Wormick, and I live at 699 Wilson Lane. I'm testifying on 2 items. 2A, the Tower Market, just to say that as chair of the Planning Commission, I'm available if you have any questions. And also on 5B, which is the placement of the Maryland statue. I'm supporting the placement of the Maryland statute within Museum Way, as long as it's closer to the Palm Canyon side rather than the Art Museum side. I participated for over 3 years in the downtown park meetings, maybe 4 years, and there was always a very large public interest in having Maryland in the park or close to the park. I agree with the applicants that the placement on Bellardo would be difficult in terms of safety for queuing. And given the current COVID situation, I think we should take a chance, close the road, and bring pedestrians into that area. Planning Commission has, and myself and the committee were always supportive of eyes on the park. I think Maryland would help that. The only caution I'd have is to have an exit ramp. A little concerned about the 3 years, given what just happened with the closure on Palm Canyon. I think the city should try it, see if it works, and if it doesn't, look for an alternate, possibly not as an exciting an alternate like Francis Stevens Park. Thank you very much for letting me testify. And just to say that I don't think there were any people back in 15 through 18 who didn't want to see Maryland close to the park location. And if she doesn't work in the park for various reasons, I think we should still try something adjacent to that location. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Bernstein, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Mayor Kors, Mayor Pro Tem Hostage, Council Members Middleton, Woods, and Garner, and Dr. Reddy.
My name is Jeffrey Bernstein, owner of Destination PSP, a locally owned small business. I'm here to speak on agenda item 5B and to urge you to approve the plan to place the Forever Maryland statue on Museum Way. It is obvious that our locally owned businesses have had a very difficult time during this pandemic. Required closures and reduced occupancy have been devastating to many businesses. While leisure tourism and vacation rentals have certainly helped, we are facing a year without any large events, conventions, or conferences, and little international travel. The Forever Maryland statue will undoubtedly draw people to our downtown core, where we have over 500 businesses. We know from past experience that the statue is a tourist attraction, drew out the locals and their guests, and also provided an unusual draw for day trippers from throughout the Coachella Valley beyond. When people come downtown, they often shop, dine, or at the very least get to see all that Palm Springs has to offer. We know that Palm Springs has understandably, but unfortunately, not been able to directly help many of our small businesses. Allowing PS Resorts to finance the Forever Maryland acquisition and situating it in the heart of downtown and providing something exciting is a win-win way to help all of our downtown businesses. I understand the reservations of the Art Museum, and I myself have appreciated the newly discovered view of the museum with the creation of Museum Way. However, we are still in a crisis situation, and this is currently a 3-year proposition. Most importantly, the Forever Maryland statue provides one of the few safe events for our locals and visitors. It's outdoors, there's social distancing, and it will be there 24/7, allowing people to view the statue at any time without large crowds or gatherings. I know my view is shared by most, if not all, the downtown businesses, and I urge you to approve this. The future of our downtown, both visually and economically, relies upon keeping businesses, especially locally owned businesses, active. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Nona Watson, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much, Mayor Kors, members of the City Council, Dr. David Reddy. My name is Nona Watson. I'm the CEO of the Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce. The Board of Directors and staff of the Palm Springs Chamber support returning the Forever Maryland statue to Palm Springs and having the statue installed on Museum Way. We support the idea of creating a pedestrian-friendly downtown art walk on Museum Way, especially with the downtown park adjacent to the statue location. As the CEO of the Chamber, I remember when Marilyn was in our city and the amount of tourism she created. Our office received hundreds of phone calls asking for information on her. How long she'd be in Palm Springs. After the statue was moved, we continued to receive phone calls asking when she would be returning. And this went on for years. We are hopeful that the city will support bringing the Forever Maryland statue back to downtown Palm Springs where she belongs. In these trying times, we know our business community will appreciate the curiosity visitors bring to our city and the enthusiasm they have for this Maryland statue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Lauren Wolfer, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. I am calling about item 5C, the placement of the Maryland statue on Museum Way. Sorry. Anyway, I'm asking council to consider putting this whole process on hold until we are no longer dealing with the pandemic.
Lauren?
Yes?
I'm having... Let's try that again.
That sounds way better.
Go ahead.
Really, now. Okay, so I would ask council to consider putting this whole process on hold until we're no longer dealing with the pandemic. Last time that Maryland was downtown, it constantly had crowds of people hanging around, waiting for line to take pictures. I was actually working at a restaurant just down the block, and we would watch it all day like in camp on.
I have a hard time seeing the wisdom of installing a large crowd-generating attraction downtown in a time when avoiding crowds and gatherings is so critical. I feel that if we were to install this during the pandemic, the crowds would be worse than they were even the first time around because people are bored and there isn't much travel and other things going on. I also would hope that council would put serious thought and consideration into code enforcement role in making sure that there is social distancing, facial covering, and especially at a time when code enforcement is already overextended to the point of forcing restaurants to close early to reduce that burden. Again, is it wise to then put more burdens on code enforcement by creating an attraction that draws crowds? So I just would ask the council consider putting hold until we can actually return to normal, or at least perhaps until we're comfortably in the orange here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Bruce Hoban, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. I'm discussing tonight 5B. My name is Bruce Hoban. I'm a citizen of Palm Springs. Iconic as an extremely and very hardworking, talented actress, Marilyn. Iconic in taking strong control of her own career and achieving her goals to become very famous. Iconic is the famous scene from the movie The 7-Year Itch, where her skirt blows while she's standing above a subway grate. Iconic is the tribute to her that the artist Sewell created from his vision of her for the monumental statue we are discussing tonight. When Forever Maryland visited us earlier in the last decade, it was an iconic 2 years for drawing tourists to Palm Springs. That was before the era of Snapchat, Instagram, and other apps that I agree, assuming everyone agrees, are probably not iconic. These types of instant sharing apps will create an obscene amount of free publicity that money can't buy. Several of us have spent who knows how many times in the last 18 months walking every foot of every block that makes up the downtown area. We were looking for a spot where she could be seen from Palm Canyon and enough of a safe plaza space that today's phones can safely take a picture of a 20-foot monumental statue with their family and friends. Tonight's recommendations would place Maryland about 85 feet from the corner of the Rowan, and more importantly, about 400 feet from the steps of the Art Museum. 400 feet is about the size of a football field, and that would be the distance she would be placed from the Art Museum, much closer to the Rowan than the museum. Maryland will be a must-see. It will draw tourists into the park and, more importantly, increase tourists to continue down to the Art Museum and the Allaire House, which you don't know that's there unless you walk down a street with no stores on it. Something needs to draw you in. I believe pictures will spread to millions of people, and we want Palm Springs to be an iconic place. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Celeste Brackley, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Palm Springs is largely a tourist attraction. Tourism is our #1 industry, but the COVID crisis has hit us hard. We need to be creative about a safe recovery. Forever Maryland is one of the creative elements we need to help our tourism economy recover. When Maryland arrived in Palm Springs 8 years ago, it was an Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook success. That was fantastic promotion for Palm Springs, emphasizing our community's popularity among a diverse range of visitors and showing off our beautiful mountains at the same time. Maryland will be a success again. Better yet, with the new normal, Forever Maryland is a safe outdoor attraction. Maryland can anchor complementary and contrasting sculptures in the proposed museum art walkway. continuing to illuminate other prominent pieces of sculpture and architecture of the Palm Springs Art Museum itself. Please support the return of the universally popular Forever Marilyn and placing her on the Museum Way site. It is the right site for maximizing the benefits of bringing Marilyn back to Palm Springs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Stephen Boswell, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Today, when everything seems to be so charged with divisive politics, we need to simply step back and take a breath. That is why we should welcome returning Forever Marilyn to Palm Springs, installing the statue on Museum Way. Marilyn was a great success 8 years ago when she was erected on the old Security Bank site. Marilyn was a great success than I ever imagined. Admittingly, I was surprised by the long lines of visitors waiting to share their photos of the giant, lighthearted, and even a silly icon. Also, I have been taken back by those who stretched to find an evil message in the Marilyn statue. Granted, everyone has a right to their opinion, and I respect that. But it seems that today there are those who have honed an obsession with finding ever new ways to be offended when really a sense of humor is what we need. Forever Marilyn is simply a kick in the pants. It is not serious and is not meant to be. But what can we count on is Marilyn being an important attraction to bring new visitors to our downtown, visitors who will support our local shops, restaurants, and even drive new visitors to our Palm Springs Art Museum. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. David Feltman, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. David Feltman, 1076 Deepwell Road, Palm Springs. I'm calling about the Forever Marilyn. I'm getting an echo. I'm almost as excited about Marilyn as I am about the election of Joe Biden on Saturday. I think she's very important to the future of our community. I think one thing that hasn't been mentioned yet is that she is actually a free attraction, which I think is important for people. Not everything has to cost something. And moreover, she will bring a lot of foot traffic from Palm Canyon west towards the museum. It's the right location. I see those businesses on those side streets struggling. I think we should have more foot traffic in the whole surrounding area, including Museum Way. Thank you for your consideration. I hope we bring back Marilyn ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Jerry Keller, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you, City Council and city people. I'm here to talk about Marilyn. I remember extremely well when she was here before. What a happy icon she was for Palm Springs. How many locals and their families came to see her and take pictures in front of her. And visitors from all over the country and the world came. I would love to see her come back. She's a wonderful, happy icon for Palm Springs. Everybody enjoyed seeing her, taking pictures in front of her. Nowadays, with social media and the wonderful effect it can have, those pictures will be put all over the world. Nowadays, with less business travel and lack of conventions, we need to bring in our neighbors from the Valley, cities from all over California and the U.S. and the world, and to enjoy our city, to enjoy everything we have. I believe they're thinking of placing her in Museum Way, near the museum, and I think that would be terrific. I think it'll bring a lot of people to that part of town, and they'll see the hidden gem the Palm Springs Art Museum is, and that should help it. So to kind of sum up, in these difficult days, we all need something upbeat, happy, fun, enjoyable. And I think Marilyn would bring that joy to Palm Springs and broadcast it all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Kristen Bloomer, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council and City staff. I just wanted to share with you how much I think that the Maryland statue will bring tourism to the downtown main corridor and to our beautiful Palm Springs Art Museum. And I just know that when I did an event back when Marilyn was there with my Rotary Club, there was so many tourists that made a positive impact to the city, and with social media impressions and everything, I just think it would be a great addition to where they want to, the location they want to put it in, and I can't say enough positive things about it, about doing it and where they want to put it. So that's all I have. I think that kept me under the 2 minutes. So thank you very much for considering this, and I hope we can move forward and get this done.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, we're just getting the next speaker on the line.
Great, thank you.
Joy Brown Meredith, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much for having me this evening to discuss the Forever Maryland sculpture. I just wanted to say that I think that the best location that is being discussed from the staff reports tonight is the one near the museum. When we had Marilyn here before, it provided such excitement to people, such happiness to people, and not only that, but the backdrop of our beautiful city with our blue, blue skies was a value that we could never find elsewise. Right now and during this time of COVID, everybody's trying to grasp something, some sort of motivation, some sort of happiness. And I think that this could really help bring it back. And being a free attraction, she'll be popular to a very diverse amount of people in our community, all different sorts of people that enjoyed her before. So I think that I really wanted to be able to support this location for Forever Maryland and her coming home to Palm Springs, where she belongs, where we could all enjoy her, and maybe help us all smile a little bit more again. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mr. Aftab Dada, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Aftab Dara, and this evening I'm speaking on behalf of 5A. I'm pleased to announce the efforts of the PS Resorts organization to return the Forever Maryland statue to Palm Springs. You have in your City Council packet a letter from PS Resort requesting the proposed site on Museum Way. We are hopeful you'll approve that site. When the return of Forever Maryland was first discussed, its proposed location was in the new downtown park. But that location had a big weakness. Placement within the park would not capitalize Forever Maryland's broad appeal in attention-grabbing charisma. With the statue's proposed Museum Way location, Forever Maryland can be seen from Palm Canyon Drive and will draw visitors to the public area the city is in the process of completing. For 26 months, tourists lined up and patiently waited to have photos captured and shared worldwide on social media. Those social media pulses promoted Palm Springs in so many positive and priceless ways. Maryland will once again serve as an attraction to drive visitor activity and energy to our other downtown attractions, including our Palm Springs Art Museum. Despite being over 500 feet from the doors to our Palm Springs Art Museum, and I repeat, 500 feet from the doors, more than 1.5 football fields, Maryland will expose a greater number of visitors to the museum. And these visitors will be from broader and more diverse backgrounds than museum patrons of the past. This is important because broadening the visitor and support base of arts-based institution is always a chief objective and a challenge. Forever Maryland was a resounding success as tourist attraction and arrived in 2012. Forever Maryland and our new site on Museum Way will be a valuable attraction for our destination. Mayor and Council again, the Board of Directors of PS Resorts will absolutely, after 24 months, conduct a independent research study. And if the findings are not favorable to the museum, we will make every effort to move the statue to an alternate location. I'm very confident that she will be a huge economic generator and taxes for a city of Palm Springs that deserves it under these COVID-19 crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Trott, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and the rest of Council. My name is Peggy Trott, GM of Kimpton Rowan and a local resident. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak on the topic of Forever Maryland. Bringing her back to Palm Springs will be a boost for the community, and placing her on Museum Way, 400 feet in front of the entrance, will be a boost for the museum. Not only will she draw crowds that want to see her, but she will also draw crowds into our great art museum. When she was here in the past, visitors would come to Palm Springs to take pictures with her, and then they would dine in our restaurants and shop in our retail. As both a business leader within hospitality and a local resident, I am in support of returning Forever Maryland to her home in Palm Springs. Thank you. I appreciate you giving me the time to speak tonight.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Hello, Araceli Palafox. You're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Araceli Palafox, and I'm the Deputy Director at Lift to Rise. I'm calling on item 5C. As you know, Lift to Rise has been co-leading a countywide rental assistance program made possible by a significant allocation of CARES funding by Riverside County. I know that the council is considering an increased allocation of the city's community development block grant, and I wanted to take this opportunity to share some important findings and lessons from our rental assistance program. To date, $1 million of our total CARES Act allocation has gone to residents in the city of Palm Springs. As you may know many households have experienced some level of economic impact in the form of business closures, reduction in hours, layoffs, and impacts also for families who have had to take time off of work to care for their school-age children. Of these households, many of which are single-parent households in your city, 20% had children between the age 0 to 5. 32 had school-age children in their household. Many of these trends are consistent across the Coachella Valley and across our county. As you noted in your staff report, we have expended all of our CARES allocation and have transitioned onto a new funding source that is CDBG. Though we're extremely grateful to keep supporting communities across the valley, we're finding that CDBG is a lot harder to disperse due to income and income documentation requirements. As you know, the City of Palm Springs receives your own CDBG funding, so we're instructed to prioritize the county's program area. So as of now, residents from the City of Palm Springs are waitlisted until we can review applicants from the county's program area. So as you think about the best use for CDBG, I ask that you consider what you can do to ensure that those resources flow effectively into the community, especially in the time of COVID. I hope that our work continues to offer important considerations for how your city thinks about both short-term interventions and long-term interventions. And although rental assistance is a lifeline to residents, it does not address the entrenched issues that left so many households vulnerable when the pandemic began. I look forward to answering any questions or any future conversations on your considerations for CDBG. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Mr. Mayor, for the record, I want to let you know that Stephanie Fellows and Carol Fragan were called 4 times, but did not respond. Therefore, public comment is closed.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who called in to share their views with us. It's very appreciated. The next item is City Council and City Manager comments and reports. City Manager, do you have anything?
Mayor, ready to go forward with the balance of the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. Any council members have any comments or reports? Councilmember Middleton.
Okay. I'll be very quick with this. I want to congratulate and thank everyone associated with having the Pride flag at City Hall over the weekend. It was absolutely beautiful to see it. Secondly, I want to join with all of my colleagues in congratulating Mayor Pro Tem Holstage on her outstanding victory and for doing it the right way in Palm Springs. Third, I received a really good letter from a longtime resident in Palm Springs today, reminding me of programs that we used to have for the youth of the community, work-study programs. And I remember those from my days in high school when the city, the county, and many, many different organizations would find ways to reach out, particularly to vulnerable youth, to provide employment and jobs. We've got some time leading up to the summer months, and I'd like to be a part of a program to figure out how we can hire as many students from our local school to work within the city and encourage other organizations to reach out to the youth and get them into employment. And lastly, I've been receiving a great amount of correspondence from residents at the south end of Palm Springs, my district, regarding traffic patterns on Laverne, South Palm Canyon, Toledo, and Murray Canyon, and would like to ask staff to bring to us options to improve pedestrian traffic and bicycle safety on those roads. For many of them, you can go for over a mile without a crosswalk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Woods.
My comments are very much mirror Councilperson Middleton, in congratulating Mayor Pro Tem Holstich for an incredible win and one that was played very well. So my congratulations to you, Christy. I also very much want to thank Jeff Kors, for his 1 year of leadership as our mayor. This is his last full meeting. He has one partial meeting to go, but he's run some great meetings, given us an incredible amount of leadership through a pandemic that I very much admire and praise him for. So I'd like to give him a lot of thanks. I too, like Councilperson Middleton stated, was very appreciative of the large gay flag that flew over the city of Palm Springs City Hall. I think it's the first time in the time I've been here that's ever happened. So kudos to all those involved in that. Also kudos to those who did the virtual gay pride, where we lit up the city, particularly the Alaska Airlines plane that was located along Gene Autry Drive, which was fantastic. And lastly, the spirit of Palm Springs is about people coming together and rallying around causes. And they don't always have to be negative causes. They can be actually very positive causes and create very positive impact. And those that rallied around Oswett Canyon to preserve it, I really applaud. I think it is a testament to the stature of our city and to the stature of a few people who are great leaders in our city that are not members of the city council. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Woods. Anyone else? Councilmember Garner.
One thing, thank you. The sign for Lawrence Crossley and the road went up. And I know that we're going to delay kind of doing something celebratory around that, but it is up for Lawrence Crossley Drive. The only thing is that there's a sign that is supposed to direct people towards the Lawrence Crossley neighborhood, and it's pointing in the wrong direction. So if we can just fix that, that would be great. But I did want to just highlight that that it's up, and that's very, very exciting for the neighborhood and for the city.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Holstich. Thank you, Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. Thank you so much to everyone for your congratulations. I'm really looking forward to continuing to serve the city for 4 years. It's an incredible honor. And I just wanted to share that first, it was District 4's first district election, as well as District 5. And congratulations to Councilmember Middleton on her decisive victory as well. And actually in District 4, we had, I think, 83% voter turnout. And I'm sure it was similar in a lot of throughout our city. And I think it just goes to show how involved our community is. Now we have data and proof that we have one of the most politically and community involved cities and residents in the state. We have some of the highest voter turnout. So it's really incredible, and all of that belongs to our voters and our residents who are who turned out. And I don't think it was just for mine and Lisa's election. And then last, just on the Lawrence Crossley and golf course, golf club drive, I'd just like to ask that I know that we were waiting on the election. We didn't want to affect anyone's voter registration or anything like that, but that we start to work to do outreach to those communities about that change. I think that would be really helpful as well. Thank you, Councilmember Garner, for raising that.
Well, thank you, everyone. I think people covered most of my comments, but big congratulations to Mayor Pro Tem Holstich and Councilmember Middleton on their races and re-elections, first time from districts. On Oswett Canyon, I just want to add, for folks who didn't see it in the news, it actually closed. It is now preserved as open space in perpetuity. And really want to shout out first to Save Oswett Canyon and Jane Garrison and her group for all their leadership in making that happen and help raising the funds. Really want to acknowledge former Councilmember Ginny Fote and Mayor Pro Tem Holstich, who I served as liaison with for almost 5 years on that project. And really the City Council for stepping up and staying with this through our being sued by the developer at each step of the way to getting us here. But this really happened because our residents wanted it to happen. And, as we listened about Pride and, Lawrence Crosley, they all happen and create because people want these things to happen in our city. So really want to thank everyone. Want to do a shout out to our city clerk, Anthony Mejia, for running such a great election, for adding, opportunities for people to safely drop off their ballots and doing such a great job. And the last event I want to touch on was yesterday when we as a council got to participate with the city in lieu of the Veterans Day Parade, which we couldn't do this year due to COVID. We did a lunch. Over 200 veterans came to receive lunches provided by the city, water, American flags. It was just a really nice event to be able to thank people, because without their sacrifices, our rights and freedoms, including our right to vote, wouldn't be what it is today. So a big shout out to all of our veterans for what they do. A couple issues I just want to raise quickly. One is state law is going to impose the campaign finance donation rules for legislators on all government entities who don't pass their own rules. I've been working on a proposal. We had a proposal from the Ethics, Transparency, and Government Reform Task Force. We had a whole bunch of lawyers work on it, and they concluded that we shouldn't pass. In the end, they decided that we shouldn't go forward because it didn't do there was no way to do anything about outside groups or self-funded candidates spending as much as they wanted, and then limiting contributions for people who could raise it through the grassroots would hurt those candidates. I've talked to the city attorney about some ideas for that. So I'd like to ask the city attorney if we could bring back sort of ideas. I'm happy to work. If someone else wants to work with me on that, we can bring that back for one of our next meetings. That would be great. And other thing, just for the public and for council, I know we have the community workforce agreement on tonight. When we discussed this, we also discussed a labor peace agreement for cannabis facilities at the same time. That has been drafted and is ready to come back. So if that can come back at our next meeting, since that's ready to go, and the city attorney can get out that draft to council members so they could see it ahead and give you any comments and feedback, that would be appreciated. And then at our next meeting, when we get to swear in Mayor soon-to-be Holstage and Mayor Pro Tem soon-to-be Middleton, if we could send out all the various liaison and assignments to council ahead of time so people can list priorities, so we can do those assignments then, because meetings continue to happen and we won't be meeting again till the second Thursday in January after that meeting. And that's all I have.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, I have one more presentation, which is maybe one of the newest Palm Springs residents. This is Aiden. I've been out on maternity leave. He turns 4 weeks tomorrow. So I got some requests that he come on camera and be presented. So here he is. He's excited to be involved in the city. He's a 4th generation Palm Springs resident, born at Desert Regional. He's excited for the city council meeting.
Yay. Well, thank you for bringing Aiden. We're all thrilled to see him, and congratulations to you and Adam. So now we'll move to the consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar, which goes from A to CC. So there's a lot in there. And we're removing item 1E for a separate vote.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Woods, second by Councilmember Garner.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstage.
Yes.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We'll move to item 1E, approval of plan, specifications, and estimate, and authorization to rebid the 2020 Slurry Seal project, city project number 19-02. This was pulled, I think, first by Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This will be very quick. One of the streets that is proposed to be slurry sealed is my own, Biltmore Place. And in coordination with the city attorney, it's my understanding I can vote on all of the other streets without casting a vote on my own street, and I am recusing from any participation on Biltmore Place, but very happy to support the balance of streets that are proposed for slurry seal.
Anything else on this? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I'm wondering if staff can explain the difference between, or explain what slurry seal is for our residents, because I know that there's some streets that are not on here that I know that residents have brought up need some work. So if someone can just explain slurry seal versus maybe some other streets in our city that need additional work and what that would take.
I'd be glad to. This is Joel with the engineering department. A slurry seal generally is done to pavement that is in relatively good condition with the higher PCI ratings or pavement condition index ratings. The goal of a slurry seal is to place oils on a pavement so that it doesn't dry up and it doesn't deteriorate or it prolongs the life of the actual pavement. Typically, what the city does is they do two treatments to our streets. One is a reconstruction where we would pulverize or reconstruct a pavement that has lower pavement condition index or poor pavement. And in this situation, we target the streets that are higher quality or have a better condition, but what we're trying to do is prolong the life of that street so that we don't have to pay extra money that it costs to do the reconstruction.
Great. Thank you. Is that Councilmember Garner? Was that it? Or?
I think the other question I would have is for a future agenda, or when we could kind of move forward with assisting with some of the other streets that maybe need further repairs. That can be brought forward next time.
Yes, we could.
Thank you. Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to tell the public that this is actually a very good thing. Our revenues have come in a little above what we expected. We had actually put all of this street repair on hold because of the pandemic. We don't know what's going to happen in the future with the pandemic, but our revenues are a little better than we projected and budgeted for, allowing us to do this preventative maintenance. If our revenues continue to improve, hopefully we can do exactly what Councilperson Gardner said and actually do more streets out there and get more pavement done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. If nothing else, do we have a motion noting recusal on Biltmore Place for Councilmember Middleton?
I move.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Garner, second by Mayor Pro Tem Holstege.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstege.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So we now move over to public hearings. The first one is item 2A, consideration of a request for council member review of an action taken by the Planning Commission to deny a request by Tower Energy Group for an amendment to the College Park specific plan to change the land use designation to mixed use, multi-use, and conditional use permits to allow the construction of a 5,343 square foot grocery store and accompanying fueling station at 3299 North Indian Canyon Drive. Can you get a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So as you stated, this is a request by Tower Market. It was an application that the Planning Commission considered back on September 9th. And what the application consists of are a specific plan amendment from the current designation of the site, which is located at the southwest corner of Indian Canyon Drive and San Rafael Road, a redesignation of the site from medium-density residential to mixed-use multi-use, which would be consistent with the previous designation of the site prior to the College Park specific plan. The application also consists of 2 conditional use permits, one for the 5,300 square foot grocery market and the other for the fueling station with 12 fueling pumps. And then lastly, an evaluation of the project as it relates to the Food Desert Overlay Ordinance, which was adopted back in June. So the project itself, you can see here on the screen, this is the proposed layout. The project extends on the west side of Indian Canyon Drive from San Rafael Road or Drive to the north and Santa Catalina Road to the south. The store is located on the westerly portion of the site with the fueling pumps near the corner. Additional parking is provided in front of the store on the northerly portion of the site as well as the southerly portion of the site. So there are 3 access points to the project. You can see the architecture on the right. It's a 1-story building that is consistent.
David, I can interrupt. Can you talk into the mic? We're having trouble hearing you.
Sure. Sorry about that. So the graphics on the right show the proposed building. It is a 1-story construction with tile roof and is in conformance with the standards of the zoning code. The project, when it went before the Planning Commission, had a general floor plan. So what you have here is the proposed floor plan that has been submitted to provide additional details on the layout of the store. So this does show that there is a mixture of retail items consistent with the Food Desert Overlay definition, where you have a variety of cereal, grocery items, bakery items, various beverage items, vegetables, frozen meats, frozen groceries, dry produce, nuts, snacks, and other exhibits, or excuse me, other items as you would see in a grocery store. So this is a new floor plan that the council, that shows that the project is consistent with the Food Desert Overlay. In considering the application on September 9th, the Planning Commission voted to deny it unanimously 6-0 and was not able to make findings for approval of the applications. Specifically, the Commission felt that the project was not necessary or desirable, and there was a concern of overconcentration of these types of convenience slash gas station facilities. They also did not feel it was consistent with the definition of the qualifying grocery store that is within the Food Desert Ordinance. And finally, they felt there were no findings relative to the specific plan amendment. So as a result of their action on the CUPs, they denied the amendment. They also expressed some other concerns relative to the selection of the grocery products, the pricing of those products, and they had some concerns about the market being similar to a convenience store, and they felt that it could be a source of loitering and crime. In staff's analysis of the applications, as it relates to the specific plan, the proposed amendment would return the area back to the mixed-use, multi-use that was designated for this site, and that is consistent with the adjacent areas to the north. So we did find that that would be appropriate for a rezone or redesignation of the site. In staff's analysis of the CUPs, the project does meet the development standards for the zoning, and there were no waivers that were being requested. Staff found that the proposed applications did comply with the criteria for approval of a conditional use permit, and those findings are also shown in the approval resolution that is attached to your staff report. In staff's review of the project against the Food Desert Overlay Ordinance, there are specific criteria for a project to qualify to meet and take advantage of the incentives for the Food Desert Overlay Ordinance. Specifically, the store has to be a minimum of 5,000 square feet and cannot exceed 60,000 square feet. This project is over the minimum at 5343 square feet and does comply with that requirement. There's also a requirement that it has to provide a certain type of food sales, so it is required that they have a full line of dry groceries, canned goods, and perishable groceries, which include meats, dairy, and produce. The plan that you have seen tonight does include all of those items and demonstrates that the project does comply with this requirement. In terms of zoning, a qualifying grocery store may be located in any commercial or industrial zone district within a food desert overlay zone, and this project would be within the C1 zone and would be in compliance with the zoning. And then finally, there is a maximum area of 30% for the floor area of sales volume, and the proposed floor plan shows that it would be approximately 18% of the floor area for liquor and alcohol sales. So some additional items that it might be important to consider for Tower Market versus a convenience store. So typically when we have convenience stores or other convenience stores that we see in the city, they range in size from 2,500 to 3,500 square feet in area. Tower Market is obviously larger than that at 5,343 square feet in area, so it is not, in terms of comparison to the area, is not the same. Convenience stores focus on beverages, snack foods, and prepared foods. Tower Market, on the other hand, has a broader selection of dry groceries, canned goods, produce, meats, dairy, etc. So they do offer a much larger variety of foods than a typical convenience store. Additionally, approval of the market does not preclude a full-service grocery store from locating within this census tract. So the food desert overlay ordinance would not limit the number of applications that could be submitted for this area. And so consequently, it's actually not typically an issue we see in other places where we do have grocery stores or other stores that provide retail grocery items as competing with each other. Specialty markets that, such as the Aldi here in Palm Springs is across the street from the Smart and Final. So we do have sometimes grocery retail stores that do compete and locate within the same area. Also, the city may need to provide some additional incentives, such as financial incentives, land assembly, et cetera, to attract a full-service grocery store. So that can be an issue for grocery stores that may not have an adequate, size of land to locate within this tract. So there's some other things that might be necessary to consider. Your options for you tonight, you can, this is a public hearing, so we would ask that the hearing be opened, and at the conclusion of deliberation, you could approve the applications as submitted with the conditions that are in your, are provided for you as attachments to your report. You could approve subject to modifying or adding conditions to the conditions that are provided for you, or you could deny the applications that are before you with making the findings that the project is inconsistent with the conditional use permit and the specific plan amendment findings. I would just lastly note that the applicant is seeking, in the event that the council does decide to approve the project, the applicant is seeking a minor change to engineering condition number 6, and that is related to the driveway entry design to allow for a modified design that could be approved by the city engineer. So that would be something to consider. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Great. Thank you. Do we have any questions before we open the public hearing of staff? Councilmember Garner?
Do we have, I think some questions might be for the applicant. Is the applicant available for questions as well?
Yes. So do we do that now, or do we do that after we open the public hearing?
You could do it after you open the public hearing.
I think that's what we usually do, so, okay. Any other questions? Councilmember Middleton? You're on mute.
Question for the city attorney. Do we need to make a finding that this proposal qualifies under the food overlay, food desert overlay, in order to approve this as it has been presented to us this evening.
So in order to approve the conditional use permit for the grocery store, you would have to make that finding. But it's important to remember that there are two other applications before you. One is to redesignate the zoning of the specific plan, and the other is the fueling station. But certainly if the council is going to approve the grocery store portion, you would have to make that finding, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Woods.
Is the CUP strictly for the gas station portion of it? A question for staff, I'm sorry.
The CUP is for both, so there's two conditional use permits, one for the gas station and one for the grocery store.
Okay, and are you defining it at the grocery store at this point?
In staff's review of the proposal, it meets the definition.
Okay. And then you talked very little about the fueling station. Can you talk a little about the number of bays, the number of cars, kind of what you know, you kind of skimmed over the whole fueling station part of this. The height of the awning.
Staff, the applicant has worked with staff throughout the review process to make some adjustments to the fueling canopy. They did lower the canopy, and I'm just trying to verify the height that they lowered it to, but the canopy has been lowered since it was initially submitted. Looks like it's roughly 23 or roughly 23 or 24 feet in height. It does provide fueling for 12 vehicles, or there's 12 fueling bays, I should say. And so that, as I mentioned, is located near the corner of the project, at the street corner.
No more questions at this point, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstege.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about charging stations. I see that there is a photo of a charging station for electric vehicles in the packet on page 194, but I didn't see a lot of reference to that in the staff report. Could you talk a little bit about that as well?
Certainly. So the applicant will be installing a charging station. It is, in terms of its location, I'm not sure if it's been defined yet, but they will be doing the electric vehicle charging station, and that will be in compliance with the city's parking standards. So they will be doing it in accordance with the city's requirements.
Okay, so one is required by city ordinance or code?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then I just had a question about the prices. If we got any information from the applicant, or maybe it's a better question for the applicant about the concerns that people raised about comparable prices at this market compared to others.
We haven't gotten any additional information in terms of the pricing. It would be probably more important for the applicant to address that, but in terms of my observation is, given the size of the space that they're selling retail items, they generally would have a slightly larger or a slightly higher price than a typical grocery store because of the limited area that they have for retail.
Thank you. And you're defining it as a grocery store under our code, is that right? Under our ordinance?
That's
correct. Can you detail in there?
Correct. So the definition is specified in the food desert overlay, and that was an attachment to your staff report. So that is defined. I'm just trying to find the page for you.
It's on page 75.
And I should note that after this item was reviewed by the Planning Commission, they had a discussion about the food desert overlay at the following meeting on September 23rd. The Planning Commission did make some suggestions as far as edits to the ordinance as a result of their review of this application.
Thank you. And then my last question, I see that there's 2 CUPs, one for the gas station and one for the market. So I assume and maybe this is for the developer applicant as well, but are they only considering the project if the conditional use permit for the gas station or fueling centers is also approved?
In my discussion with the applicant, it's our understanding that it requires both services.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we will open the public hearing. The applicant will have up to 5 minutes to present their case. If requested, the applicant will have 2 additional minutes at the end of public comment for rebuttal, and the public will be invited to speak on this public hearing item for 2 minutes. So, Cook, is the applicant joining us on Zoom or in the chambers?
The applicant is in chambers.
Perfect, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Thank you. My name is Mark Vasey, and I'm representing Tower Market this evening. I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to introduce Tower Market to your city and thank the planning department staff for the time and effort they've put into this project. Tower is a family-owned market that has operated markets for over 25 years. The city of Palm Springs adopted the Food Desert Overlay Ordinance to encourage the development of grocery stores in underserved areas. We identified and acquired the location on North Indian Canyon Drive to do just that. As you know, we have several stores in the valley. Up until the Palm Springs location, our other stores in the valley have not had the need for an expanded grocery offering. The location we are discussing tonight does have a need for groceries, and we are committed to bringing those items to this store. I've included some in your package you've seen. There's some photos of the fresh meats, vegetables, produce that we will be carrying. I'm going to show you one more. We owned and operated over 50 stores in Northern California. And as you can imagine, with that many stores, we had a variety of neighborhoods with differing needs. We are experienced in adapting to those needs. Some stores were larger than others, some had limited grocery selection, while others had all the items associated with a large grocery store, including butchers and produce departments. The point being, we are experienced in adapting to those needs and carrying the products that the neighborhood requires. At the Planning Commission hearing, I was disheartened to hear some of the comments made that we won't be carrying grocery items, and there was a gas station a block away, so the project should be denied. The fact is, we will be carrying the very items that some of those opposed to the market are asking for. I can assure you we will be carrying fresh meats, vegetables, fruit, and other grocery items. The city adopted the ordinance because there was a need. By building the store, you'll see an architecturally well-designed store in an important location for the city that will also bring local jobs to the community. While we may not be the entire solution to the ordinance, we are willing to make a substantial investment in the community and be part of the solution. Because of this, I would ask that you approve the project this evening. Joining me tonight from Tower Market, I have Nick Battaglia, who assists in running the store operations. I have our engineer, Rich Clark from RCE Consultants, and lastly, our architect, Nick Fullerton, who at this time I'd like to call up to discuss a little bit of the site in the building. And then further, I know you have some questions that any of us can answer. There were some questions on the canopy and the fuel that I'm happy to come back at that time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nick Fullerton, the architect for this project, and worked with Tower Energy for several years now. When we first start a building like this, a quick overview, but to start a project like this, we look at the buildings, the site, and the neighborhood sites. We did design the building to be Spanish Revival only on the residential side of things, and by that, an example of that is that we have a lot of heavy timbers inside, big high trusses and high ceilings, so it's a little more forgiving than a lot of commercial projects are. But in doing this, we worked with the planning office, both on the landscape and the buildings, and we all felt that it was okay. We did feel that the canopy was too tall. We were able to take out a little over 3 feet in height, and along with that, we also reduced the canopy, the top of the canopy by about 14 to 16 inches by just changing our structural, and we also reduced the size of the columns. So the whole canopy seems a lot cleaner, and it doesn't seem quite so heavy and bulky. So that was a good process in our mind. At the same time, we looked at the neighboring sight lines and view lines of our building, and we have a 6-foot-high wall around the building, around the property lines. But on the inside, we did some berming that would bring up the ground cover, and also it allows when the ground cover comes up and the trees mass is down, we were able to block a lot more of our sight lines. So that worked out pretty well. We did that throughout the site. We did since our last... Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to let you know that 5 minutes has elapsed. If you would like for the applicant to come back during rebuttal.
Yeah, I think that would great. And of course, we can call you back up with questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to go ahead and begin calling the other public comments.
Great, thank you.
Peter Maruzzi, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Yeah, hello everyone. Please note that I'm representing only myself and not the Planning Commission tonight. Tower Market is the first project to be evaluated under the new Food Desert Overlay Zone, with one of its key goals being to, quote, promote public health and welfare by improving access to healthy, affordable food. The Planning Commission did not find that this important goal was met. In meeting the needs of those living in the city's food desert, the availability of a wide variety of fresh produce and meats is perhaps the ordinance's most important goal. At the very least, there should be a specified minimum of these fresh items offered in the store, in addition to dry groceries, canned and frozen foods, either as a percentage of shelf or floor space. The applicant states that they are working with their current vendors and new suppliers to provide fresh meat options and a much larger produce section. However, given this expanded food selection differs so considerably from Tower's regular business model, I think it's appropriate to ask the applicant what will keep them from reducing or eliminating these items if sales do not meet expectations, becoming just another convenience store. Another key issue to consider is the close proximity of the AM/PM mini market with its gas station just up the road. Will this Tower Market, with its walk-in beer cooler and liquor selection, become a source of unwanted loitering? And will the existence of a Tower Market be a disincentive to a larger full-service grocery store moving into the area because of competition? If the city is serious about finding a long-term solution to the food desert problem, the city should establish a specific plan with incentives to bring a full-line grocery store to the local community. By bringing all the wheels of government and the private sector together, a specific plan could identify a desired location, perhaps by tying some parcels of land together. For all of these reasons, I urge you to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Ragda Zachariah, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. Ragda? Yes, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Like now?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Ragda Zakaria. I am calling about Tower Market. Originally, when this project was presented to us, we all kind of we did not accept it because the perception of it is going to be just another gas station. However, after attending the Zoom meeting, and I personally did go to several of their locations, I think this project, it will be of value to our neighborhood, as it will offer produce, especially when during the presentation, the applicant did mention in the northern part of California, they do have and manage a full grocery store. As far as the prices, we really cannot control a business what the prices are because it's a supply and demand. However, visiting their stores, I found that their prices are very comparable to all the other stores around us. What's more important, this project is going to enhance our neighborhood, is going to offer jobs that are heavily involved in the community. Our youth in this area will have another business model to look at and work at, hopefully, instead of just looking at the weed business, that building we have. In addition, when a business comes to our area, they already did a study. Their performer had to meet their income or their projections, and they're not going to put this project here and lose money. And as far as the prices, I said we cannot control, but the prices will be reasonable. And if their prices are not okay, we can drive 1 mile south and we have other options. The most important thing is if you approve this project, it will help other businesses to come over, especially that piece of land on North Palm Canyon and San Rafael. It's back for sale now. And that was projected to have a large supermarket there. So good business attracts better business. Thank you for taking my call, and I hope you approve it. Good night.
Cedar Crawford, you're live at the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Jeter Crawford. I'm Vice President of the Desert Highland Gateway Estates Community Action Association. And I'm also a clinical community health worker with Desert Pain Institute. I don't think the Tower Market is a good fit for this area of Palm Springs. We know that social determinants of health, such as proximity to grocery stores, affects health status. And this area has high rates of diabetes, high blood pressure, obesity, and incarceration, as revealed by numerous health assessments that have been conducted in partnership with Loma Linda University Health and Desert Highland Gateway Estate. We know Tower Market is not a qualified grocery store. A qualified grocery store shall include fresh meat, fresh produce, fresh dairy products, baked goods, toiletries, baby food and diapers, cleaning products, paper towels, toilet paper, beverages, and vegetables and fruits, cooking oils, flour, sugar, and frozen goods. We also know that 8 of 10 children in this area get free or reduced lunch. 26% of the children are obese, and there were recently 4 homicides in this area in a 6-month period in 2020. And we believe that this grocery store will just add to those numbers. There aren't any grocery stores, health clinics, financial institutions in this area, but there are multiple cannabis dispensaries, liquor stores, and gas stations. We also know that the state is phasing out gas-powered cars by 2035 and going towards electric vehicles. So for those reasons, I oppose Tower Market development. My name is Jeter Crawford. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Joanne Crawford, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
My name is Joanne Crawford, and I'm against the market being in our neighborhood. Anything the city do not want, they put it in our neighborhood. This has to stop. We do not want the market in our neighborhood to protect our children. We do not want the market in our neighborhood to protect our children. And we appreciate if you put it someplace else. Try Indian Ave, try Palm Canyon.
Ms. Crawford?
Yes.
Could you turn the volume down from what you're listening to?
Oh.
I paused
Yes,
your
I will.
I paused your time.
Okay. Now, we do not want the market in our neighborhood, period. Put the market on 111, across the street from Carl Jr. We do not want the market in our neighborhood, period. Anything the city do not want, they dump it over in Title 1, in District 1. We are tired. We do not want the market in our neighborhood. Thank you very much and have a blessed day.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Charlie Irvin, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, my name is Charlie Irvin. Once again, I'm back speaking on behalf of me and not on behalf of the Planning Commission. Today I took a very interesting drive. I started from the 10 freeway on Indian, and I noticed that there were 4 gas stations sitting there on Indian Corner. As I got down the 10 on Indian to Rosa Parks, I noticed that there was also an AM/PM sitting down the corner. There's also a cannabis dispensary on the next corner of Indian and Santa Rafael. The proposed project will be directly across the street from a cannabis dispensary, as well as already 5 gas stations. If you move down a little bit further to Indian and Vicentino, you'll see a 7-Eleven market there. Turning the corner, there's a mobile market that's on the corner of Palm Canyon and Indian. And across the street is a liquor store. If you turn around and go back around north, going towards the 10 freeway, you'll see on the next corner on Palm Canyon. And I think it's Racket Club. There's another Shell's gas station. So that's a total of 10 markets and gas stations there on that corner. I would propose that the city take a hard look at bringing something that's beneficial, being that this is the first pilot program that you guys are going to do for the food overlay zone. This basically sets the tone for what is going forward. We know that community there in Desert Highland has been underserved and also has been pushed out of the center of downtown to the outer parts. And I just think that this project will perpetuate the incidents and the situations that we have going on with the homicides here in our area. And I just want you to know that one of the children that were murdered was 14 years old. We don't need another market here or a liquor store in Desert Highland. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Heinbaugh, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Palm Springs resident Robert Heinbaugh, and I reside about a half-mile east of the proposed site of Tower Market. I wish to speak in favor of the Tower Market project for the following reasons. Our neighborhood, Upper West Side, and several other neighborhoods near us are located within the food desert map. The establishment of the Tower Market will provide some much-needed relief on the burden of our neighborhoods. Next, anytime a proposed new business seeks to locate in our city, we cannot dismiss its impact on the economy regarding jobs, tax revenue, and other community dynamics. This is especially true during our current pandemic, as many businesses are shuttering their services. Third, as a result of the Zoom neighborhood meeting featuring the developers of the proposed project, it became clearly evident that their flexibility to meet the specific needs expressed by community participants is paramount. Next, I firmly believe it's time for city leadership to ease inundating the north side of our city with cannabis assorted facilities and begin approving, shall I say, more family-oriented businesses. Lastly, as the northern part of the city rapidly expands its housing options, Miralon with its 1,150 family units, the proposed villages with a yet-to-be-determined number of living units on the COD property, and others, it will be quite some time, a few years perhaps, before a major grocery chain will even consider constructing a facility in this part of the city. The Tower Market project is a great beginning. Those are my reasons why I believe it's imperative that the City Council approve the Tower Market project. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Jenny Fote, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much for taking my call. I want to do congratulations first to Councilmember Elisa Middleton on her election, and of course to Councilmember Holstich on her hard-fought election. It was probably the nastiest campaign I've seen since I've been in this city. But thank you, Christy, for taking the high road. I'm calling about the Tower Market and overturning the decision of the Planning Commission. I normally don't advocate for this, but I think this is an important thing for us to look at, because the only thing that we have up in that area, and that corner is currently an eyesore, is cannabis markets, cannabis facilities, and one market and one gas station. There's one gas station a half a block away. There is no place to shop if you need something. And I don't understand the people who have been speaking and saying this is not. I looked at the pictures and thought about what they had presented, and there is fresh fruits, vegetables, and other items that we would have to drive all the way to Vistachino and Indian to get to actually a market. I also think that we're considering some affordable housing projects or affordable housing project in that area. So it's very important for tax credits for that affordable housing project to have access to a market. So I would encourage the council to possibly take a look at the percentages and talk with the developers to see if there can be percentages, maybe a lower percentage on the liquor and a higher percentage on the fresh fruits and vegetables. But I think it's something that's needed in that area. We have nothing else with Mountain Day, Desert Highlands, Sundance, Palermo, or any of the other developments. So I ask you to take a look at that, and everyone should take a look at the pictures and do some research on Tower Market. It is not a convenience store.
Thank you, Ms. Fote.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, you're still
Paul
Yes.
Hendrickson, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Paul Hendrickson, Palm Springs. The city's bleeding businesses, jobs, and tax base as a result of this pandemic, exposing its economic fragility. When business investors offer to invest in Palm Springs with a quality project like this Tower Market, with good jobs, neighborhood resources and services, adding to the city's tax base, and possibly even additional projects. Rejecting them is an insult to the business investors and a seriously squandered opportunity. Please don't cause them to walk away. Please approve this project. There is wide economic diversity in the 6 neighborhoods surrounding this Tower Market project, which is located in District 2 in the Racket Club West neighborhood organization. Our Upper West Side neighborhood organization runs the scale from apartments to $1 million plus homes and is by far the largest of these NORGs with approximately 2,000 residential addresses, 75% of which are inside the Food Desert Map Area 1, something the Planning Commission expressly misunderstood. We've surveyed our NORG and received strong support. What do the 6 neighborhoods want? Ask 100 neighbors and you'll get nearly that many different answers. However, now is the time to get very realistic. There's no one waiting in the wings competing to build those wish list projects. They're pipe dreams. Most require far greater amounts of real estate than this project site. Importantly, for many years, we've tried to attract business investors to our corner of the city to bring services like a neighborhood grocery store. The challenging hurdles remain. The business metrics simply don't pencil out. The critical facts can't be ignored. We are not centrally located. We are the last few neighborhoods on the edge of the city. Let's be grateful to the Tower Market business investors so willing to invest in Palm Springs and our 6 neighborhoods. They have made themselves very accessible and have clearly demonstrated their eagerness to adapt product selections to meet the various neighborhoods' wants and needs. Please vote to approve the Tower Market project. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Warmick, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
My name is Kathy Warmick, and I am speaking as chair of the Planning Commission. I wanted to share with you some of the considerations we had at the meeting after our denial. We basically realized that when we had approved the food overlay zone, we hadn't included any percentages for foodstuffs and groceries in the recommendations. And we weren't presented at that time with a map of what the shelf space would look like. We had in that discussion, the planning director, Flynn Fagg, presented us different standards to look at to recommend to you. And we came up with the least conservative, which was the SNAP standard of looking at 50% groceries, excluding items like liquor and candy, sort of hot drinks, the kinds of things you would see in a 7-Eleven. And we were, so I know that's not part of your consideration tonight, but it was some of our discomfort in not having those standards to work with when the item was before us. So hopefully that will inform you as to how we got to the decision that we got to. The other item I wanted to mention is because it was a denial, we didn't get into any of the issues with the architecture and layout. And if you do approve this tonight, realize that it hasn't gone through any of that kind of review, and that will be your purview. Thank you very much for listening to me, and that's testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to know for the record that we have attempted to call Evernell Black 4 times unsuccessfully. Therefore, public comment is closed.
Thank you. The applicant will have 2 minutes for rebuttal if they so choose.
Nick Battaglia for the applicant. We are committed to this grocery project. By the pictures you've seen, we are committed to the meat project, the produce project, and a full grocery assortment as those pictures demonstrate. Some of the residents have gone to some of our stores and may not have seen all that. Right now, we are retrofitting our brand-new thermal store, which just opened 3 months ago, to add an 8-foot meat case. We are retrofitting the Rancho Mirage store that is opening in 2 weeks to include the 8-foot meat case, expanded groceries, and and a produce section. So we are committed to what has been said or not said tonight. We will have a full selection. We're working with new vendors. We had those same vendors up in Northern California. I was the general manager for the 55 stores in Northern Cal, so I can speak to how adaptable we are and flexible in areas that don't need groceries, in areas that need groceries. We had 2 butchers. We had full produce departments. We had stores with no produce. It didn't warrant it in certain areas. So whatever is needed, we're willing to do. Prices have become an issue. We have done a full analysis against Ralph's stores and our groceries, household goods, produce, meat. We are right with them in today's world. And we've done that over the last few weeks in Ralph's because that's who our stores are near in the valley right now. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but the commitment is full and unwavering at this point.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll close the public hearing and we'll move on to comments, questions. Anything else from staff or council members? Councilmember Garner.
Hi, thank you. I do want to say that I met with, along with Councilmember Woods, we spoke with the applicant last week. So we asked quite a few questions. I'm going to ask a lot of those same questions that I asked the applicant again tonight so everybody can hear that. So the first question I have actually is can you tell me how large your Palm Desert store is?
I believe the Palm Desert store is 5,200 square feet, I believe.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of pricing that was just said, at the time that we met, I asked you about pricing. You didn't have any answers at that time. So if you're saying the prices will be equivalent to Ralph's, does that mean that you have a better sense of products and those actual prices that you can share to give our residents an example of what that is?
Since we spoke, we were in the process of running some analysis. So, Nick, I don't know if you can speak, more to that, but that's what we were in the process, and that's the analysis that we came up with based on pricing from our vendors and what our retail costs would be.
And along those lines, so I went to your Palm Desert store because I remembered that you had said that it was an equivalent size to what would be in Palm Springs. So I wanted to see that, knowing, like you said, that the product line would be very different. But I did take a look at some of the prices of some things that we would probably also see at the Palm Springs store. For instance, some tomato sauce, some canned soup. And the price difference was extremely high when compared to Albertsons. We're talking $2.99 for a can of Campbell's soup at the Palm Desert location versus $1.25 at Albertsons for that same soup. So when you're talking about prices being equivalent to Ralph's, which is about equivalent to Albertsons, will that mean that those products across all of your stores will then decrease? I'm just trying to kind of understand because I was trying to get a sense of pricing based on what you already carry that would also be in Palm Springs.
Currently, our distributor that we buy from is not a full-line grocery distributor. The distributor that we had in Northern Cal for half the stores is who we're now working with again. It's Unified Grocers. They've changed name a couple times, but they're a full-line grocery distributor with up to 70,000 items. Our current distributor may have 8,000 items. So the difference in economy, they sell strictly to grocery stores or hybrid stores, whatever name you want to put to it. So that will be the significant difference that we're talking about. A full-line distributor of groceries to what we buy from now is not even, there's no equivalent to discuss in that matter.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know. That was just something that really stuck out to me when I was at the store today. In terms of spacing, so one of the things that really struck me when I walked into the Palm Desert store, like I said, I was really trying to get a sense of size. I'm very visual. Is so 5,200 square feet, that's a little bit smaller than what the proposal is for Palm Springs, but it's not a lot of space. So I saw on your layout of the different products that you're going to have, and I was just looking at the wall in my office in terms of 8 feet for a meat counter, and it seems like there's not going to be a lot of different products available because there's not a lot of space. So would you be willing to limit your alcohol sales considerably, and limit all junk food sales considerably in order to make sure that we have those basic needs met for the community?
The design that we have, we feel that we do have enough space, because when we say 8 feet of meat, that's also 4 to 5 to 6 feet high. So it's just not a low meat case. If you went to the store and saw the left-hand side of the store, we have cases now that have sandwiches and other products. Those cases are 6 feet high. So it's 8 times 5.5 or 6 feet for those products. In the design that we have already limited snacks and candy to accommodate the products that are needed for this project. And there's even, if you look at the diagram, there's even some open slots that additional groceries, household items, paper goods, baby goods, all the other items that go along with that selection, we have additional space freed up already. We haven't even slotted anything in those spaces. So we've already cut down significant areas that you were discussing, that we discussed the last time on the call. Whereas normally, I'll just tell you, our normal candy section might be 20 feet. We've got it down to 12. So that's significant, because to us, that's a high gross profit commodity, a category. So we're doing everything we can to accommodate what the residents are requesting. And again, we're very flexible, and we have other space that we can, that we can put in for other items also that the residents want. We know basically what a grocery store has, but that community may have specific needs, and we're willing to accommodate those needs also.
Thank you. Yeah, they definitely do have specific needs. If you go to one of their meetings, you'll find that they're very vocal about that. One of the other questions I had was in terms of the cold beverage area. It's quite large, and I'm wondering if that can also be modified to accommodate, again, additional goods. I know that when we last spoke, we talked about how there's a mix of just your regular sodas or sports drinks or things in there, as well as beer. I know in your Palm Desert facility, it's majority alcohol in your cold beverage container. So I'm wondering, though, if that area can be modified to have, again, less alcohol, but then maybe more fruits and vegetables or other items that maybe need to stay cool, but less beverages. The
cooler design, let's specifically, since you were at Palm Desert, the beer selection in there is based on customer needs or customer purchasing habits. And in that cooler, as you said, we do have the Gatorades, all the sodas, all the teas, all the waters, our 2 doors of dairy. So that cooler encompasses everything, and it's something unique to Tower. We have what it's called a walk-in cooler. You can bring the shopping cart in there, shop, pull it back around, and walk out. So that's a Tower thing that we had in Northern Cal, where the stores, we were known for walk-in coolers. Where other stores may have what you consider a beer cave, we have a walk-in cooler. And again, the customer tells us the space requirement based on purchasing habits. Where the other stores may not have that much, we have a store that has more beer because that's the neighborhood sales pattern that we have. And,
Thank you.
and as Mark said, it's also a storage place for additional, because most of that space, there's a fourth of that space that in the back is storage. It's not sellable space, so we have to store all the extra products.
Right. Yeah, I noticed this today as well. The other question I have is, the governor of California has been moving towards electric vehicles and phasing out gas vehicles. And in general, we recently denied a gas station project in our city not too far from this particular location. And a big part of that was the gas, not as much as the mini mart, because it is hard to turn over a property to something else once gas has been put there. So what is the ability to change this to be a larger grocery store and get rid of the gas completely? There's a lot more space if you take away the gas pumps.
You're talking down in the future?
No, I'm talking about now.
Well, if the question, I'm not sure I understand, if the question is, would we consider the store without the gas? Is that the question? Or are you saying in the future, if we wanted to remove the gas, is that possible?
No, a larger grocery store instead of gas tanks.
We would not consider that as part of our economic model. We would have to have both to make it work.
Would you consider having fewer gas tanks?
I'm sorry?
Would you consider having fewer gas tanks?
No, we actually have 6 dispensers. All the reports say there's 12. There's actually 6 fueling dispensers. The 12 is actually fueling positions. So that's the number that makes us 4 is too small. I think 4 in our experience too. You can have cars stacking up. 6, we have enough room with that canopy for people to easily maneuver around.
Thank you. I think that's it for now. I might have more later.
Anyone else have questions? Councilmember Middleton, then Councilmember Woods. Lisa, you're on mute.
There you go. So before I ask the question, I just want to note for the record that I received correspondence to my personal email from a couple of personal friends on this subject, as well as having conversations with over the telephone with one member of the Planning Commission on this, and all of the emails that I received personally will be forwarded to the city clerk. Well, depending on how late it goes this evening, either sometime this evening or first thing tomorrow morning. Also, for the record, and I'll talk about this later, I visited personally yesterday the Tower Markets in Palm Desert and in Indio. So with that, having now gone to 2 of your stores, I'd like to ask the applicant, if you weren't talking to city council, but you were talking to a group of investors or bankers, how would you describe your business model in the Coachella Valley?
Our business model is neighborhood grocery markets with fuel, larger size. They're not C-stores as oftentimes in the Planning Commission that there was referred to. A typical C-store is 2,500 to 3,000, 3,500 max square feet with snacks. Ours is not that. So our business model is the fuel is part of it, but it's more of a grocery than it is a C-store. And that was kind of the issue was with the Planning Commission, is I don't think I was, clear or successful in getting that through. But it's not a C-store. It's a neighborhood grocery market with fuel.
What's the customer niche that you're trying to attract to your store?
I don't think there's any one niche, quote unquote. We cater to all kinds of different customers. We have, Nick, you could probably speak more to this than I could, but we have a variety of products. We carry the Chef Tanya's in some of the stores, and that's probably a perfect example. Nick, I believe we have it in 3 stores right now. So it depends on the neighborhood, as I mentioned in the beginning, and as Nick talked about, us adapting to that neighborhood. Clearly, in this city, in this area, there's a need for this, and that's what we're committed to doing.
All right. The stores that you've opened in the Coachella Valley, when did you open the first store, and how many stores do you currently have open in the Coachella Valley?
5 open, with the 6th opening within the next 2 to 3 weeks. The 6th one being in Rancho Mirage. There's one that we've begun construction in Cathedral City. So.
Okay. So this is a pretty significant business investment you're making in the Coachella Valley. Am I correct?
Significant. Yes, very significant.
What drew you to the Coachella Valley, and what is it that you thought was missing in the range of market options that you would be able to be successful at?
Well, I think, the experience that we've had in Northern California, we had a variety of different stores, as Nick mentioned earlier. Some had no groceries, I think, and some were big, some were small. But many of our stores were in nearby neighborhoods. So I think we're very experienced in that. And that's what we offer. We offer a store that's larger, that's maybe not as, obviously not as large as a typical grocery store, but, it's easy to get into. We carry a lot of the products that people are looking for, and we adapt to what that neighborhood needs.
Okay. In the Indio store, I did not see any markets within very close to your operation at all. But at the Palm Desert store, you were approximately 3 blocks away from a Jensen's. Now, I know Jensen's has a particular market niche that they're going after, but are you competing? Who are you competing with?
I think we're unique in that we're competing with a lot of those, some that offer fuel and some grocery stores. So I think we're competing with all of them.
I know there's been a charge that the fueling station somehow or another detracts from the market in the mind of some people. What we've seen over the last few years is places such as Vons and Costco and a whole lot of other organizations, whenever they can, are putting fueling stations next to their markets. And from what I understand, that's because they believe that drives customers into their stores. Am I correct?
Yes. I mean, some of those customers, that's what we're counting on. Some of them, those customers, or a lot of them, do come into the store. So yes, that's definitely a help.
All right. Okay. I have a few comments, but I want to save those for after I hear my colleagues ask their questions.
Councilmember Woods, I think you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I also need to disclose that I met via Zoom with the applicant. I also was a participant listening only on the neighborhood meeting. And I've received several emails both for and against this particular project. Some of those emails I responded to. They're on the public servers. So they're available to anyone who would want them. But I want to thank the applicant for considering an investment in Palm Springs very much. I think greatly of you for doing that. I know going through the process like this is not easy to do. And we are very specific about how we see our city built out, and we're different than other Coachella Valley cities in that we don't see ourselves so much as a suburban model like some of the other cities do. But during our meeting with you, which I appreciate you taking very much, having the meeting with Councilperson Gardner and myself, you said you took pretty copious notes about some requests that we had, and I was just curious if you were able to incorporate any of those requests into your proposal.
I believe your requests were, or some of them were the grocery items that we've discussed this evening. I believe you asked about the EV chargers, and that came up earlier this evening. There's actually 2 EV chargers on the plans that will be along San Rafael. There is tables and chairs out front. There shows one. There's with space for others. And I believe you specifically had asked about the directions of the vehicles, and we have our engineer here. He can answer any questions on those. But again, the site layout, we spent a lot of time going through it ourselves and with the planning staff to get that site. Nick, I believe Nick's covered those. If you have any specific other questions, we certainly can try to answer those.
I understand that you went through, thank you for those, that you went through the how cars come up to the fueling station, how they leave. But I'm not sure I'm still completely clear on it. You know, you have, and I'm wondering if you can walk us through that. I don't know if we need to put up one of the pictures as you do it, one of the site plan pictures, but if you could just walk us through how a car will come in and how your fueling trucks, you know, which are big, will come in and exit the site as well. And maybe David can help you by putting up a plan of a site plan. I'm not sure if that's easy to do or not. While we're waiting for that, the reason I ask is that there are 3 entrances, 3 vehicular entrances to the site. And I'm not clear on how those are actually working from the plans that we have. Almost, there we go.
I'm Rich Clark. I'm the civil engineer for the project, and I'll try to address that question for you. So we have 3 access points, one on Indian Canyon, one on Santa Catalina, and one on San Rafael. So our proposal, we're trying to work this out with the city engineer in detail. We have a traffic study that shows a right turn right in, right out on Indian Canyon. Sorry, I'm getting feedback. And a left turn into Indian Canyon. There's some concern about the spacing to the intersection, so we still need to work that out with staff. Full turn movements on San Rafael on the north end, and full turn movements on the south. So we spent quite a bit of time looking at how a fueling truck would get in. And so it could access either from the north or the south and get to the fueling tank, which is the small square on the Indian side of the canopy, right there. And there's plenty of, Tower does this in all their stations. They actually put in extra pavement around the canopy, more than what's required. And so that gives us plenty of turn access to bring the vehicle in from the north and have it exit to the south. So cars would make those same full turn movements on both the north end and the south end, and as I said, at least right in, right out on Indian Canyon.
Great, thank you. So as a car off of Indian Canyon, how does it, can you point to how it goes to the pump and then how it leaves? Whoops, we just lost the picture.
I don't know if that, I'm trying to talk and point at the same time. So it would enter from the north side, come around the canopy on the Indian side. Thank you. So the fueling truck would come in on the north side, enter the site, park along this side and fuel, and then be able to exit on the south side.
And a car that might come in off of Indian Canyon, can you tell me how it will maneuver on the site and off the site? Through the fueling pump.
Yeah. So the current condition allows only a right turn in and a right turn out. Our traffic study supports a left turn in, so we're still discussing that with the city engineer. But a vehicle would come in, make the right-hand turn, and pull into the fuel island, and then there's ample room to either turn around and go out any one of the three entrances. Likewise, a vehicle could come in, make a right turn and a left into the station, or approach from the south and making a right turn into the station.
So cars underneath the canopy could be facing north or they could be facing south.
That's correct.
Okay, and then we all, or some of us are familiar with the Costco model where you have like a trap or a car can pass another car. Would that happen there if they're on a fueling station on both sides?
If cars are on both sides, as I mentioned, Tower does this on all their stations. I don't know the exact dimension, but it's something like 40 feet, 38 to 40 feet, which is more than ample. The minimum's 24.
Right. Great. Thank you for explaining that.
Certainly.
Do you have further questions?
Oh, no more questions, Mr. Mayor. I apologize.
No problem. Mayor Pro Tem Holstage, do you have? Yeah, thought you did.
Thank you. I do have a question. You're in the fueling business and I'm not. And I wanted to ask, following up on my colleagues' questions about, and some of the public comment we received about the governor's plan to phase out gas-powered vehicles by 2035, you're currently investing in developing gas stations. So I was wondering what your long-term plan is for this facility and others in terms of, that's why I initially asked about charging stations, which I think are the gas stations of the future. So can you talk a little bit about your long-term plans for this business and the gas station itself?
Sure. Long-term plan, let's assume it does, let's say that 2035, that it does hit. One of the things, not only with this store, but most of our other stores is, and I think Rich just alluded to it, we like to keep plenty of room for the cars to maneuver around. So if the situation came up that, it's a different type of fuel, or it's a different type of energy, or it's electricity, or whatever, we are using between now and 2035, or whatever is possibly after that, we feel that we have the room on our property to make those changes if needed.
Thank you. I know it sounds far away, but it's only 15 years away. And you're providing 2 electric charging stations. Are those free, or are they the paid one?
Right now, at our stores that we have now, they're free. So I would anticipate that we would continue with that. So I'm going off what we're doing at other stores right now.
Thank you. Would you be willing to do more, or do you ever expand that footprint of electric vehicle charging stations?
I think for this particular store, we would start with the 2, and if it warranted, then we would look at adding to it. I think there's parking spaces. There's spaces along San Rafael if it warranted it.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll go since everyone's gone. Do you want to go, Councilmember Garner, with something else?
I can go after you or whatever. Okay. Just great. Now maybe I forgot as I shoot. I forgot. Go ahead. It'll come back to me.
Oh, sure.
Okay, now I remember. Okay. Oh goodness. To the applicant. Question for you. So I think the reason that you're getting a lot of questions about what your business model is and what you classify yourself as is because I think it's very clear from the products that you're selling at the other locations that it is a convenience store that's moving into offering grocery items for the first time at several locations, which is great. What I want to know is what assurances you'll provide the community that these are the types of items that you will maintain in the store. Because I think that's something that I have heard from a lot of residents is how long before it turns back into the Palm Desert location. So can you talk a little bit about that?
As far as the assurances go, right now we are going through some of our other stores, and actually because of this exercise we've gone through, we're actually going through and converting where we can and adding some of these cases and such to other stores. So I think that shows our commitment. As far as this goes, I'm not really too concerned about it because there's an ordinance for a reason, and everything we've heard since this is there's the demand for this.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And just given it's an appeal, so if people are wondering why we're sharing who we spoke to, since the Planning Commission is because if we have conversations or communications outside of a public hearing, we should be sharing them with the public. I did speak once with the applicant, but it was about the process, not about the specifics. After the Planning Commission action, I did hear from 2 planning commissioners. I heard from a neighboring housing developer who shared that it would be a negative if it was a liquor store and a positive if it had lots of fresh fruit, produce, and meats, which I think is a theme here. And I've received several emails from residents, I think 2 or 3 in support, I think 1 against. So I just wanted to put that out there. I would like to ask the city manager, I have some questions for the applicant as well, but I know that the Economic Development Business Retention Subcommittee, which is Mayor Pro Tem Holstage and me now, but was Councilmember Fote and me earlier. I think there have been at least 2 studies to try and figure out how we get fresh fruits and vegetables in particular, and some kind of grocery store north of Vistachino that have been done by the city. And I know there was a lot of outreach to a whole variety of grocery stores prior to Tower Market that did not work out. So anything you can share on that experience and sort of have things changed? Is there new information? Things along those lines.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. From a general policy perspective of the city, we've been concerned with trying to get a supermarket in that area for probably the better part of 15 years. We've spent considerable time with brokers and developers at the ICSC conferences working to do that. The challenges we've had, obviously, is the demographic of the location. So there's mountains on one side, desert on the other, and it's at the edge of the city. So as a population density issue, that was always the drawback. The last study I think we did specifically for this was, I think, 2016. And the one potential grocery store, Aldi's, they had a 120,000 population radius that they were going for. And so that was like a 3 to 5 mile radius beyond that area. And it wasn't even necessarily of interest to them at that density. So that's what we've been working against. As we move through time, with this opportunity, what we felt was that it was more of not a convenience store. It had the opportunity and the potential to bring in more groceries. And so that's why we thought it might be a positive idea. So, and some anecdotal evidence just to sort of help frame the issue of the difficulty there. As you know, Grit development in the downtown, we were also trying to assist them to get a grocery store in the downtown development, and that was not possible to do. And as a matter of fact, the Steinmart store, which is now becoming vacant, it used to be a grocery store, and then it was Steinmart. So for the last 3 months, the owner of that building has been actively trying to get a grocery store, and obviously that's more centrally located with a population within the city. And every outreach that they've tried has come back. There's just not interest because of whether it's COVID and a whole other range of issues, but particularly the competition and the density. And so that's always been the drawback. So that's the anecdotal part, but that's what we've found trying to get a grocery store there. So move to today, the Business Retention Subcommittee, again, wanted us to take up that goal. We did the Food Desert Overlay, which was a good start. And so that's how we got here today. I would also ask if Jay Verrata, our Economic Development Director, is here, if there's anything you would like to add to that, Jay?
So you've covered it all very well. Thank you.
But it has been a really important issue for the councils going back at least 15 years, but that's the challenges that we've faced. So if this, just from my perspective, if this doesn't occur, I don't know what else is out there, at least currently, that would be able to replace this. It may be some time.
Thank you. And then for the applicant, Councilmember Garner sort of asked this just in her last question, but I sort of want to follow up because that was also my question. Obviously, you're going to follow, in a business model, what's working, but I know you're moving towards having, right, you talked about the 8-foot by 5.5-foot meat and the fresh produce. But I think the concern mostly that I heard in public testimony, and I think what I heard from planning commissioners, was the sense that this was going to be primarily liquor, and those aren't actually going to happen, or if they do, they'll be short-lived. And so, as we look at that, I think that's the concern I've been hearing. And I know, City talked to you early on about the desire for fresh foods there, and you committed to that then. But I think that's going to be the concern of folks is, how do we know in 6 months that doesn't go away? And I don't know how you can answer that, but I just want to raise that again.
Well, again, as I mentioned, I think, this area has been identified to the point of an ordinance. So I believe the demand is going to be there, and I'm confident. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made this investment and come this far.
Thank you. Other folks have questions, comments?
Mayor, one other thing that I would just note, just from the purely economic development standpoint, what we also have found is that the larger grocery stores that have the ability to do the capital investment to buy the land and build the structure, there just wasn't enough population density for them to make the model work. And then on the other side of the spectrum, the small, independent, smaller owner who might have an interest there didn't have the economic capability to capital to put into that kind of investment. And so that's why we were sort of in this in-between. With Tower, when we saw this opportunity, there was the hybrid, and we thought, well, if they can offer enough on the grocery, vegetables, fresh grocery side, that it certainly was worth pursuing, and that's sort of how we got here today.
Thank you. Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is for the applicant again, if you could answer a question. I'm just wondering how many people you will employ on a daily basis and kind of what wage scale you're looking at.
A typical store will have anywhere from 9 to 15 employees, depending on, sales base, et cetera. We're not a 24-hour store, so we don't have people working throughout the night, so that limits maybe what another store might have. As far as the salary goes, we are way ahead of the California scale to get it to $15. I'm not sure the exact year that kicks in, but we have been incrementally raising our salaries or our hourly wage for the last 3 to 4 years, and we're way ahead of the planned $15 California scale. Again, I don't know the year that kicks in. We will hire from the local community. We're not bringing people from Coachella to drive this far. And so, 90% of our employees are from, 3, 4, 5 miles away, maybe 6, 7 at times, but the local community will benefit from 9 to 15 employees on a daily basis. We have typically 2 to 3 to 4 in a store at any time of the day. We never have one person in the store. We open with 2, we close with 2 or 3, and during the day we may have 3, 4, 5 on duty at a time.
And what are your hours?
5 o'clock to 11:30, 5 a.m. to 11:30.
And then after 11:30, can you drive in and use the fuel pump just with a credit card?
Sir. No.
No?
No.
Sorry. No, okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Other questions? I think Councilmember Middleton had comments you wanted to make? Or?
I can start. And I'm struggling with this one. I'm struggling because we have been trying for 15 years or more to have a full-service grocery store at the north end of town. And there's so much pent-up hope that this would be the store that would do, that would accomplish that. I want to give some of my observations of visiting 2 of the stores yesterday, and I did so mid-afternoon. A first impression at both locations, in Palm Desert and in Indio, is I was impressed by how easy it was to pull into the parking lot and to pull around the gas pumps. I've been in I don't know how many convenience stores in my life. This was far more spread out. The parking was much easier to navigate. And the next thing that I saw immediately was how clean everything was. And I was very much impressed by that. The walk-in cooler is great for drinks and for that sort of thing. But I think I'm with Councilmember Garner. I would like to see some fresh fruits and vegetables as a part of that, but I'm not sure that's the business model that Tower has. All of the aisleways were very clean and very well laid out in both stores. And I did not see anybody standing, waiting in line. There was, folks were being very well served that were in the stores. So those are some of the good things. I did not go through and try to price things in the fashion that Councilmember Garner did, but now I'm going to get to what wasn't so good. And that was, I saw very little in the fresh meat case in either store. And the fresh vegetables, I want to be very honest, they look tired. The peppers were all wrinkled for the most part. The lettuces were did not look appetizing in either location. The variety of the vegetables was extremely limited in both stores. So if you'd made up your mind, I'm going in and I'm going to get something, then you probably would have walked away. But in neither store did the vegetables look appetizing. I was impressed that the soaps and other kinds of things, as they were laid out, were in the kind of size that if I was a single person and only wanted a small amount, it all looked very good. So I can see a market that this appeals to. In comparison to any convenience store that I have been in, this was an outstanding improvement over a convenience store. And I can see why you're succeeding in competition with them. But in comparison to what I think we were hoping to achieve with the food desert overlay, it wasn't what I think the community was asking for when we got there. So I'm struggling to approve it as a part of the food desert overlay. Whereas at the same time, if I was being asked to put this as a convenience store, a very improved convenience store up against almost any convenience store that I've seen, I would gladly approve it, hoping that you would drive some of those stores out of business.
Councilwoman Garner.
Thank you. I agree with pretty much, I think, everything that Councilmember Middleton said as far as her impressions of the store. And I think one thing I really want to stress here is that one of the problems that I'm seeing with this project, and one of the things that I'm hearing from community members, is they don't trust Tower Market. And why is that? They don't trust because this is supposed to be for the food desert area. The community has been asking for a grocery store for a long time, but it was only a week ago that the applicant ever went to the community to talk to them about the project, to find out what it is that they need. That is not how we do things in Palm Springs. And anytime that things get rushed through like that, we get this kind of pushback from the community. People do not like it. The other thing about it is that there has been a ton of advocacy by these communities. They wanted to be a part of the project from the beginning and to be able to weigh in. And I think it is a complete mischaracterization to say that Tower Market as a business model currently is small grocery. It is not. It is a convenience store, and this convenience store is the same size as the AM/PM on Sunrise Road. So I understand that there's lots of smaller convenience stores, but we also have lots that are the same size as Tower Market. But it was all chips and candy and things in your locations currently. So like Councilmember Middleton, well, no, I don't think, no, actually, he didn't say this. I'm saying it, is that I applaud efforts to create a new vision. But this is a new vision for Tower Market. It is not an existing model at any of your current stores. And so again, this has to do with trust. We are now going to be the first location, if we approve this, to have this model in place. And there is an applicant that's trying to tell us that what we're seeing with our own eyes is not what we're seeing. And that leaves me very worried about the future of this market. And what it means to the community. The other thing is the size. Having walked into the Palm Desert store and seen the size, when we passed the food desert ordinance, like I said, I'm not very visual. I thought 5,000 square feet seems large, but now that I've walked into it, I think that's not really enough space to really give it the adequate goods that people need. when they're trying to do some shopping. I agree with Councilmember Middleton in saying that if this was coming forward to us outside of the food desert overlay zone, it would be a very different conversation. And I think I would be far more enthusiastic about what's being brought forth. But as far as our first thing that we're approving in the food desert ordinance, I don't think it certainly wasn't what I was going for when I participated in the food desert conversation, and I don't think it's what our community was looking for either. This is not a place where families can go and do their food shopping. It is somewhere that is convenient to pick something up if you forgot something. And that, again, is not what we're looking for this area. And so for those reasons, I don't think I can approve the project in the context of the food overlay zone.
Anyone else want to speak?
I'm happy to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Otherwise, I'd go for it, please.
I agree with both council people that just spoke. And I am, like Councilmember Middleton, very torn. And I was leaning to an absolute no coming into the thing here. But the glory of, I guess, public hearings is you get the full information. But this is a gas station. Their business model is a gas station. And I don't think that we have or need a gas station in this area. I just don't think it's necessary. I don't think the future is a gas station. And it's a very suburban model of a gas station. And I don't think that's where we want to go. And if we continue to build out our city in a suburban way, we're going to get suburbia. And we're going to get very congested intersections. It's not a very pedestrian-friendly store. It's going to be close to CV Link. I don't think it's very conducive to people coming from CV Link to it. And so I'm inclined not to support it. If we are going to support it, I do have a series of recommendations that I would make to soften some of the issues that I see as glaring at this point. But And some of those conditions, as an example, would be, putting a percentage on the amount of fresh fruits and meats and whatnot that has to be available to the public. It would be trying to make it more pedestrian friendly. It would rethink kind of a little bit of the layout to put a little more emphasis on the market and less emphasis on the gas. But we can tweak it. But I'm torn because I understand that staff and the subcommittee has worked very hard to bring in somebody like this, and I grasp that. But we've been working on something where Miralon was an empty, vacant lot, and I think we need to think to the future. What do we want for our future? And Miralon will be coming online. It already is coming online, and that's a huge percentage of housing. This is not just about Desert Highland Gateway or the surrounding area. This is about a much bigger area. If we can get assurances that this really is a market, but I think the observations we've seen from the planning commissioner that I talked to and with the testimony we've heard from our own council members is that it really is not a grocery store in the way that we think of it. The rent, it may meet it in the definitions that we put out, but I don't think it meets it in what we think is the quality. So I am still very torn on what we want for the future of our city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Pro Tem, or I can go, it doesn't matter. Okay. I I appreciate sort of both sides on this. I think from the first outreach to them, it was that it would need to be different from what is elsewhere as far as fresh fruit and vegetables and products. I always have concern when someone, based on meeting all the criteria according to the planning director and planning staff and city staff, we lay out what we want in an ordinance. They spend a lot of money to buy a location and do plans. And then we're like, oh, I didn't realize that what I voted on was what I voted on. And it's a really bad investment. And so I don't think they've said that what's in their other stores is the same as what they're doing here. So that's just a concern I have. I mean, if we're going to deny this, I worry how long it's going to take us before we get any fresh fruits and vegetables and products on our north end. And having this does not mean when there are thousands of more houses over time that we may not be able to get a market somewhere else there. So, I do agree with you, Councilmember Woods. I'd like to, if we move forward, which I would support, it would include some assurances on, floor footage or whatever it may be of having those kind of products. They sent us the pictures and diagrams of what they said they're going to do, and I think that should be a commitment. But because that's not what they do in other stores, I mean, having been to their stores in Northern California, they're very different than the ones in Palm Desert. So I hate giving up this opportunity because it's been such a hard thing for the city to try and get anything there. So just my thoughts, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I also want to thank the applicant for bringing this forward and going through a process, and also using our new, food overlay ordinance, which is new, and you're seeing us figure it out as we're first applying it. I think that there is a problem in terms of fitting a round peg into a square hole where, really we knew as the Business Retention Subcommittee that a food desert overlay zone ordinance really wasn't sufficient to get a full grocery store. In our 3 years that the mayor and I have been on that subcommittee together, we've talked about what Commissioner Lewin recommended at the Planning Commission level, which is a specific plan and incentives. And we did discuss business incentives in depth, what it would take to get a full grocery store and incentivize that. And we've explored a lot of those options. So fundamentally, what you're hearing from the community is that the community has been advocating for a full grocery store for 15 years or longer. The city has been attempting to do that. So there is a lot of, pent up hope on this project, which I do think is sort of unfair for this project, since you're bringing forward, your business model, and that you are, it sounds like, have been really willing to create a new model with us to meet the community's needs. So I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made. The advocates who advocated and the leaders who advocated for the food desert overlay zone ordinance are coming and telling us that it really doesn't fit that model and of what they wanted. But I see that, it does have compliance with a lot of the requirements, at least as we set forth. And I do care about being fair to applicants who come forward. So those are my thoughts in general. I think we need to do a lot more work on this issue to really get comprehensive, full service grocery stores and fresh food and into these neighborhoods and this area of the city. I don't think it's all on this project or on this applicant because I think that that's not possible. So I'm wondering here, it sounds like seeing where council is, if there is a staff recommendation in terms of seeing if we can work with the applicant to make some assurances or get more information about what the requirements might be, or if we should attempt to do that on the floor right now, if there is support from council. I'm not sure if one of my colleagues wants to make a motion or what we think is the best way to do this in a really thoughtful way that might get the investment and the food that we need in this city, in this location, in a way that works for the community or might work for the community. Staff, do you have a recommendation about how we should move forward?
Yeah.
Hearing the feedback from council?
Well, a couple comments, and David Newell may have a comment as well. I think what might get us to a resolution sooner is if the conditions that you felt were important, since we have the applicant here, they could address those conditions to see if they would be willing to meet them.
Correct. And also I would just add, based on some of we've heard tonight from the council, there's a couple of conditions that we could include in the conditional use permit if the council chose to approve the CUPs. One of them would be a minimum of 50% of the merchandise display area shall be devoted to staple foods. Staple foods being defined as dry groceries such as bread, pasta, rice, dried beans, cereal, flour, sugar, etc. Also canned food products, fresh and frozen fruits and produce, fresh and frozen meats, and dairy products. And we would suggest that accessory food products such as snack foods like candy, potato chips, and similar items not be included in that definition of staple foods. And that would be consistent with what's known as the SNAP program, which is a program by the U.S. Department of Agriculture related to a 50% threshold that is required. We would also suggest that within that definition that items such as household products like dish soap, laundry detergents, cleaning supplies, paper products be included as a part of the 50% threshold, as that those items are necessary to maintain a household. So those are a couple of things that the council might consider if we wanted to assure that the applicant does comply with what we think is the intent of providing fresh fresh items and other items that grocery stores typically have.
You're muted.
I think those are steps in a good direction, or what's the reaction of the applicant?
So I kind of go back to the beginning of when I first spoke here this evening. We've made a large investment in the property. We spent a lot of time, as has the city, going through this model, making tweaks, committing to carrying these products. And quite honestly, I'm still a little baffled that we're willing to make this investment and we have met all the criteria of the ordinance. This is the ordinance that was passed. This is the criteria. We've gone through that. And for quite honestly for us, we're kind of at a fork in the road. We've done everything on our side that we can do. I would hope that that you recognize that. I think one of the council members, perhaps the mayor, probably described it best. It might be more. It's probably more of a hybrid. I don't think there's a 50,000 square foot grocery store that's ready to come. If it was, I think it would be here by now. Or they'd be knocking on your door and picking up the property and making that investment. So far, we haven't seen it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't seen it, and obviously you guys haven't seen it because of the ordinance. It is quite honestly a little frustrating to go through all this and meet the criteria. If you look at the staff report, if you look at the chart of each criteria, we've met that. So, we're willing to make the investment. we're willing to move forward tonight, but I don't know that we're going to continue, to try to make additional changes. And again, we're ready to make the investment in the community. I think it's going to be, from what's there now in that area, I think it's going to would be a really nice addition to the city. I feel like everyone's kind of knocking, a neighborhood market or a smaller store. The fact of the matter is, I think even you talk about these, I believe it's ICSC, Nick, all those, they're doing studies. People like smaller markets. They're easier to get into, easier to get out to. Costco is great for a lot of things, but I don't know anybody that enjoys going there, and fighting that battle. Ours, you can get in there and get out. So, thank you.
I have a problem with that answer. My problem is that you gave us a floor plan layout that shows fresh fruits and vegetables. We're just asking for assurances that you maintain that as part of your business model into the future, and you're telling us no.
I'm not saying no. I'm saying that we're committed to doing that. I don't see an issue with if the demand is there for those products. We're going to carry it and we're going to sell it. We wouldn't continue to be in business if it didn't work that way. And again, we spent a lot of time going through and adjusting the floor model. A lot of time, going through getting these products, getting the vendors lined up. I think there's an opportunity for Tower. I think there's a great opportunity for the city here. There is, I think what we're dismissing is, there is support for it. I've received the emails and, copies that have been sent to the city and the council members, and there is support for this. There's a lot of support for it. It's a start in the right direction. As I said in the beginning, I don't think, for the ordinance, I don't think everything, and this came up with one of the planning commissioners, we're not, us as the first applicant, we're not here to solve the entire ordinance issue and the issue with the desert overlay and the food. It's a start. And by us starting, that can drive other businesses. That can drive other jobs and investment in the city, in the community. It's an opportunity for everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'm still disconcerted with that answer because if you have, I think we had a council member go out and look and a can of soup was almost double what it is in a normal grocery store. You're not going to sell that product. That product is going to sit on the shelf and then you're going to eventually replace it with something that sells like alcohol, which is exactly what the neighbors don't want. So I would want some sort of a commitment that there be a percent like the SNAP ones, or I was even going to be more restrictive than the SNAP ones. But I think we need to make a few tweaks to that. If I am going to approve this project, I would want to see those tweaks because I would want those assurances that this is more than a gas station, that this is actually a market and a gas station. I've already had a hard time doing it, but I'm prepared to list a variety of conditions. And if the applicant doesn't accept those conditions, then he can walk.
I'd be interested to hear your conditions. I'm interested about the applicant's response. I understand that the applicant is frustrated and I understand that it's a difficult process and you did go above to work with the city, I think, on this new ordinance. But I know you're not doing charity. You're bringing in a gas station, which will make money and take that out of our community. And so I think it's really important. And this council just decided against bringing a gas station in a nearby area because at least I believe that gas-powered vehicles will be phased out and that there are issues in approving CUPs for them in this area when there are other gas stations as well. So I don't know. I know we've belabored it. It's 9:15, but Dennis, Councilmember Woods, maybe if you want to list in a sense what those would be, and then we can get a sense from the applicant unless a council member wants to make a motion.
I'm happy to. Thank you. And I think I think the first one is just meeting the basic SNAP. You know, that so much the percentage of the shelf space needs to be devoted to fresh fruits, vegetables, meats. Very similar to what David just said. I think, you know, and which I think the applicant will totally agree to, there needs to be a minimum of 5 shopping carts, not just the hand carry basket, but actually shopping carts, which in our meeting, the applicant agreed to do. The Planning Commission had asked for a little outdoor dining area and they threw a little table and chairs out there. I think it's a windy zone. I think we need a little pergola over that. They can match the architecture of the building. I think we need to de-accentuate from a physical view standpoint, de-accentuate the gas pumps and accentuate the building. And how do we do that? Well, they've already reduced the level of the canopy, which I think is one. It brings it into scale. But I think we need architectural lighting on the building. It's an easy thing to do. They've already got some architectural lighting in this. I would like that architectural lighting to maybe be reviewed by a subcommittee of AAC. The pergola could be lit up. They could have 2 front lights on the front of it to give it a Spanish look. You can have some uplighting, just something where you're walking into a market. I had talked to engineering and to planning both prior to tonight's meeting, and we could basically reduce the size of the retention basin or flip it and push the building closer to San Rafael, which would make people easier to walk into the project. It would make it much more pedestrian friendly. It's only on paper at this point. It does nothing more than change a little bit of a paper. And it requires that they don't need as much of a detention basin on the site. I would make sure that they maintain the landscaping, that we have a condition of maintaining the landscaping. I would ask for additional bike racks. This is near CB Link, and 1 bike rack may not do it, and bike racks are cheap. You know, they're a couple $100 at the most. And I would just ask that we kind of relook a little bit at the parking to make sure that the parking and the pedestrians, actually there's a way to get into this building to make it, versus always having to drive to it, to be able to walk to it. I think those are very, very simple things, but the most disconcerting part that kind of tripped me was an inability of the applicant to say that he would at least maintain SNAP standards. Because that means by maintaining SNAP standards, it's more of a grocery store than it is a convenience store. And it could flip at any point back to a convenience store on the whim. And I would like some assurances. If they're true to what they said, that this is a hybrid model, pony up a condition for it. So that's what I'm thinking.
I really appreciate those conditions. I don't think it's a lot to ask. And I also really appreciate Councilmember Woods making these suggestions and want to just point out his many years of experience. This is not coming from nowhere. It's coming from a very experienced planner. So I really appreciate all of those suggestions and welcome them. That would definitely make it more, make it something that I could approve.
Given we're doing this sort of, you know, in the public hearing, does it, and this is up to the applicant, if they're willing to sort of work with one or a subcommittee of council members on something and, you know, bring that back.
On most of Councilmember Wood's items, I think are achievable. I'm not sure. I need to talk to the engineer. There's usually, when you start shifting a building, there's usually some other, in changing a retention basin, there could be some unintended consequences that we don't know about. So I would need to check with Rich and Nick real quick on that. The architectural lighting on the building, I don't see an issue with that, as long as we're meeting our Title 24, et cetera, and we're not affecting the neighbors. That would be my only concern with additional lighting. You had mentioned about the shopping carts. We do have shopping carts in our stores. 5 is not a problem. Additional bike rack is not an issue. Additional tables and chairs is not an issue. But I don't want to start with filling up the area with tables and chairs that aren't getting used. And as far as the pergola, I mean, I don't really see an issue with that. I think on the SNAP, we just need to make sure that we, and Nick, that we understand exactly the SNAP requirement.
Councilman, with the SNAP, are you talking food stamps? We consider SNAP food. SNAP is the food stamp program.
It is, and they have standards about how much.
We have food stamps in every one of our stores currently. We meet the food stamp criteria today in every store and have in every other store we've ever owned.
Yeah, I think he was talking about the sort of nutrition standards, but or maybe it's meeting the the grocery store standards and our food overlay, that will be met continually. I'm not sure the right way to word it, and maybe that's why I was saying maybe we can't do that tonight and on the spot, but maybe Councilmember Woods could work with the applicant and see if we can get and I'm happy to do it with you, or someone else can do it with you. If we can come back with something that might be acceptable to a majority, because I don't think that would happen otherwise.
I like that proposal. I don't feel comfortable doing it on the spot here. I still have concerns that the community raised. And I appreciate Councilmember Woods' planning expertise here. I would also, not to volunteer her for more work, but I know that Councilmember Garner has been involved in this issue as well and is an important voice here. And I think your voice should be heard as well in this process, and the residents that you represent.
Thank you. In terms of that, I think the number one priority for me, and the number one thing that I hear from residents, is that they want high quality products, fresh vegetables, fresh fruit. The community, as a little information, there's also a plan for the Desert Healthcare District to assist with a medical type center in the area as well. There's a lot of things going on to transition in the neighborhood to make sure that people are making healthier choices. And so that's part of why this is of the utmost importance, that we have a market here that is allowing the community to move forward in that way. And if it's not going to meet those standards, then it's not worth approving. So yes, I'm fine with spending more time to make sure that we get something that is beneficial.
Councilmember Middleton.
Yeah, I support the idea of Councilmember Woods and Councilmember Garner, along with staff, sitting down with the applicant and trying to work through, based on the conversation that we've had, something that a majority could approve. But for Councilmember Woods and Councilmember Garner, this is right on their district boundaries. And I think it's really important that this be something that they can support. And I actually think we are closer to getting to something that can be supported than we were when we started tonight. And again, if I have not said it already, I was incredibly impressed with the cleanliness of both of the stores that I went into. And that is always a good sign as to how an organization operates.
So, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to ask if we need a motion to continue the public hearing and appoint a subcommittee to work with the community and with the applicant, or what the city clerk or city attorney recommends.
Yeah, if I, in speaking with the applicant, it might be helpful, a council subcommittee might be helpful. The applicants indicated that they're certainly willing to work on this list of issues, and they're open to it. So I think maybe if we have a little more time, then we would continue the public hearing. We could do it to the December meeting.
So I make a motion to appoint Councilmember Woods and Councilmember Garner as the subcommittee working with the applicant and the community on this issue, and to continue the public hearing. You want to do a date certain or a date uncertain?
Just a moment, please. So we would close the public hearing, continue it to December the 10th, and we would work with the subcommittee between now and then bring back those additional conditions. Hopefully, we would be able to agree on them.
Thank you. That's my motion.
All right. I'll second that since I didn't ask.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
No, excuse me, yes.
Motion passes 5-0 to continue the public hearing to December 12th with Councilmember Garner and Councilmember Woods serving as a subcommittee to work with staff and the applicant.
Is it December 10th or 12th? I'm sorry.
10th.
December 10th.
10th, okay.
So thank you everyone who called in and everyone for getting us here. We're 4 hours into our meeting. We got through our first item, other than consent calendar, but I think we all could use probably at least a 10-minute bio and stretch your legs break. So why don't we give it 12 minutes? That would be 9:40. Is that good with everyone? Or do your best. Okay, thanks. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Given it is 9:40, we're going to go just take a look at the agenda to see if we can get through all of it, if the city manager could weigh in, and then we'll do public comment for non-agenda items, so we call people before it gets to be 10 p.m. So, city manager, do you have any? You think we can get through everything?
Mayor, I think I do think that with regard to 4B, the workforce agreement, that could be moved to the meeting of December the 10th. I believe, and that would cut down, I think, a large policy discussion item, and we can see where we are in another hour and a half.
What do council members think on that?
I would appreciate that. I think it's a complicated issue, and I want to do it justice. So I'm sorry to all of labor that's watching, but we want to do it right.
Everyone else good with that? Anyone?
It's hard. I think I'm on the subcommittee, so I defer to the rest of the council who needs to, maybe take more time with it. I think that's up to you. We have delayed this. We've been doing this for a year now, and we delayed it until this date. And I know a lot of people are watching and paying attention now. So I prefer to go forward with it. But if you need more time, I think that's totally understandable. And we do want to do it right and answer everything and have that policy discussion.
I know there's an awful lot of folks from labor that want to see a resolution to this, and I have some very clear feelings with regard to it. But if we need more time to make sure that we do it right, let's take the time to do it right. 3 more weeks is not that much time in the grand scheme of things.
David, if we do that, can we make sure we put it sort of as the first thing we do, maybe after consent, given we're continuing it, so folks don't have to be on a meeting again until 10 and us not getting to it?
Sure.
Okay. And can someone let the folks who are, I know Mr. Perez was waiting by the phone if there were questions, and granted, there would be a while before we got to them, but can someone let him know?
Yes, the clerk's office will notify that individual. Thank you.
We'll amend the agenda, continue item 4B, I believe, right? To our next meeting. So we'll go to, I believe, 2B, our next public hearing. Just pull that up. This is consideration of a request for a Class 1 historic designation of the Franz Alexander residence located at 1011 West Cielo Road. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The request before you is for a Class 1 designation of an existing single-family property. It is the Dr. Franz Alexander residence. Dr. Alexander was a renowned psychoanalyst during the mid-century, last century. The home was designed by Walter S. White, and it was initially built in 1955 and 56 when it was completed. The architecture is a noteworthy example of expressionistic and organic style of modern architecture from the post-World War II period. So the photographs you see here are from the original construction back on 1956 on the left side, and what you see on the right side is the home as it is today in 2020. The Historic Site Preservation Board recommended designation of this property as it met 4 of the criteria necessary for designation. The first being criterion number 2, it is associated with a person who made meaningful contributions at an international level. Dr. Franz, as I said, was a psychoanalyst who was second to Sigmund Freud, and was internationally known. Criterion number 3, it exemplifies a period of local history. As I said, it was from the post-World War II period. Criterion number 4, it is distinctive structural characteristics. It is a steel frame structure, and it is noteworthy because it is an expressive artistic, built in an expressive and artistic manner. Relative to criterion number 5, it does possess a high artistic value by architect Walter White, who has worked with other notable architects locally, John Porter Clark, Albert Frey. It does have a site-specific design with southerly facing glass expanses and a back that turns towards the northerly winds. It also is architecture it consists of a swept roof. It does retain also a high degree of integrity, as you saw in the photographs. So again, this is a recommendation from the Historic Site Preservation Board. The property owner is in support of this and has submitted this application, and this is a public hearing. Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Any questions for staff? Not comments, just questions for staff? Seeing none, I'd like to open the public hearing. At this time, the applicant will have up to 5 minutes to present their case. If requested, the applicant will have 2 additional minutes at the end for rebuttal. The public's invited to speak for up to 2 minutes each. Is the applicant here to speak? City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, the applicant was hoping to join us tonight, but he does have an emergency. He wants to express his sincere thanks to the City Council for the consideration. And I do have one public comment that I'll begin to call in 1 second.
Great. Thank you very much.
Steve Vaught, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the City Council for giving me this opportunity to come before you tonight. My name is Steve Vaught, and I'm here to speak in support of the proposal to designate the Franz Alexander residence as a Palm Springs Class 1 landmark. I had the great honor of preparing the nomination application on the property on behalf of the home's owner, Nicholas Pepper, through the Palm Springs Preservation Foundation. If you approve this nomination, it's going to add an exceptional new resource to the city's already unsurpassed collection of historic structures. It's worthy, as you've just heard, it's worthy of this designation for 2 distinct yet equally compelling reasons. First, of course, is its architecture, and even without even knowing any of the details, just looking at its striking appearance, you know that this is something special. But when one learns about the process behind its design and construction, it makes it all the more compelling. One thing that I think makes this designation particularly exciting is that it sheds much needed light on its designer, Walter S. White. And although he designed dozens of properties throughout the Coachella Valley, he's only now just starting to get the attention he deserves, as 2 of his masterworks, the Miles C. Bates house out there in Palm Desert, which was recently restored, and now the Franz Alexander residence, they're drawing scholarly and public attention to him, which is well deserved. White was obsessed with finding solutions to the challenges of building and living in a desert environment. And he devoted his entire career seeking ways to overcome such problems as temperature extremes. He was also a firm environmentalist, and the Alexander residence was designed so sensitively, he lifted it above its boulder-strewn setting through a novel steel V-bent skeleton so that it disturbed as little of the natural setting as possible. And of course, there's that roof that was mentioned, the stunning cambered roof, which gives the impression it's being lifted back to allow the occupants to take in the sky and the breathtaking views across the valley. I don't have enough time. Am I out of town?
That's out of time. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I'll just ask you, thank you for your time, and also to please vote in support of this nomination.
Thank you, Mr. Vaught.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Okay. So the public comment. So the hearing is closed, and we'll move on to council member comments. Councilmember Middleton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank Mr. Vaught, Mr. Pepper, and everyone that's been associated with this project. This home is an absolute example of why we have Class 1 historic properties in Palm Springs, and I move approval. I can see nothing but positives in what we have before us.
I'll second that approval.
Anyone else want to make any questions or comments?
It's beautiful.
It really is. Go ahead, Councilmember Woods. Of course.
I echo Councilmember Middleton's point that this really is a reason that we have such designation, and it's part of what puts Palm Springs on the map. I walk by this house quite frequently and always admire it, and I'm happy that the applicant wants to do this. So thank you to the applicant, and I'm in full support.
Yeah, I just want to also echo Councilmember Middleton's thank you to everyone involved, and Mr. Lloyd especially, for really this report, as these always are from the foundation, are just so interesting in the history, and I feel like I learn so much every time I read these, and I always look forward to these. And I don't know, do we have like one place where we have all of these collected on the website where it's really easy for people to find? If we don't, I'd like to just suggest we do, because it really is just a great resource for folks. So I think we have a motion by Councilmember Middleton, second by Mayor Pro Tem Holstege.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstege.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next item is our third public hearing, item 2C.
Mr. Mayor, did you want to take public comment?
Oh, yes, I forgot. Sorry. Keep on going right to the hearing. I think we have a few people. So this, just for the public, is public comment on non-hearing agenda items.
Hello, Alex Ray? Mr. Mayor, the first speaker does not wish to speak, and the second speaker is going straight to voicemail. And that's Ragda Zachariah.
Right, well, thank you for that, and we will move on. So now we'll go to 2C, actions related to the establishment of Community Facilities District number 2020-1 Canyon View, including a landowner election, authorization to incur bonded indebtedness up to $4 million, and an ordinance authorizing the levy of a special tax. City Clerk, please advise if the notice of public hearing was mailed and published in accordance with the law.
Mr. Mayor, yes, the public hearing notice was mailed and published in accordance with the law.
Thank you. I'd like to ask for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a follow-up action to actions you took on September 24th to initiate these proceedings. As you might recall, this is related to one proposed residential development called Canyon View, located on East Palm Canyon and Matthew Drive, next to the Rimrock Shopping Center, a proposed subdivision of new single-family homes. At the time that project was approved, there were certain public improvements the council at that time allowed to be deferred to some future point. And those improvements were related to utility undergrounding and widening of East Palm Canyon Drive and installing a landscaped median. Because that obligation will move into the future and then become a financial obligation on the future residents in that tract, the council through a settlement agreement, is allowing the establishment of this community facilities district, which will establish a new special tax just for this subdivision and no other residents in the city. That tax will accrue revenues for the city to pay for construction of those deferred improvements in the future, up to a maximum, and allow the city to issue bonds up to the amount of $4 million, which is estimated to cover the cost of those improvements. So, Mr. Mayor, we would recommend you open the public hearing, take some actions authorizing a special election to be held tonight, right now, with this item. And based on the results of that election, the council can proceed to take the further actions to essentially adopt an ordinance establishing this new special taxing area in this residential subdivision. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Any council members have questions for staff? Okay, so this, Councilmember Woods. Dennis, you're on mute.
Hey, Marcus, can you just remind me why we decided to defer these improvements? I know it's water under the bridge, but I just needed a reminder.
Oftentimes it's due to the cost. It was a request to the developer, and the council was supportive of that request at that time.
And just a follow-up question on that. Before we can put these improvements in, we actually have to build up the money from the taxes, so it may take several years to get there. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I don't think, just for the record, that in today's world, I would approve something like this, but I understand it's already been approved and we're in a settlement agreement. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? So this time, I will open the public hearing for any protests, comments, or questions from interested persons, including any persons owning property within the proposed community facilities district. Public is invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes.
Mr. Mayor,
speaker?
We do not have any public comment for tonight's hearing.
Given there are no speakers, the public hearing is now closed. Anything else from council? Okay. City Clerk, can you please let us know if any written protests have been received?
Mr. Mayor, no written protests have been received on this item.
Okay. Have there been any persons registered to vote within the Community Facilities District, and if so, the number thereof?
Mr. Mayor, no, the County of Riverside Registrar of Voters has certified that there are no registered voters within the proposed Community Facilities District.
Okay. City Clerk, can you please advise if the owner of all of the taxable property in the district has consented to holding the special election on today, November 12th, 2020?
Yes, the property owner has consented.
Okay. City Clerk, will you concur that the special election may be held on November 12th, 2020?
Yes, sir, I do concur.
Okay. And will you please summarize the resolutions that the City Council will first consider acting upon?
Mr. Mayor and City Council, the Council is being requested to adopt resolutions to establish Community Facilities District Number 2020-1 Canyon View and the boundaries thereof. 2, determining the necessity for CFD 2020-1 to incur a bonded indebtedness in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $4 million for public facilities and calling a special election of the CFD on the proposition for incurring such bonded indebtedness, and 3, calling a special election and submitting to the voters of the CFD propositions with respect to the annual levy of special taxes within said CFD and establishing an appropriations limit for said CFD.
Great, thank you. So is there a motion and a second?
So move.
A second.
Motion by Councilmember Middleton, second by Councilmember Garner.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Yes.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
City Clerk, will you please conduct the election?
Mr. Mayor, the official ballot has been opened and all of the votes are in favor of the propositions presented on the ballot.
Okay. Will you please summarize the next actions that the City Council will consider acting upon?
The City Council is requested to adopt a resolution declaring the results of the consolidated special election within CFD 2020-1 Canyon View on the propositions regarding incurring bonded indebtedness in the amount not to exceed $4 million and levy of special taxes to pay principal and interest on bonds and establishing an appropriations limit, and introduction of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs acting as the legislative body of the Community Facilities District Number 2020-1 Canyon View of the City of Palm Springs, authorizing the levy of special taxes in such Community Facilities District.
Okay, great. Is there a motion and a second on this part?
So move.
A second.
Motion by Councilmember Middleton, second by Councilmember Garner.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. We're now going to item 4. So give everyone a minute to change their binders. Ladies.
Mayor, I would just note that we have joining us what I thought was our bond counsel, Suzanne Harrell, but no, it is, we have this with regard to the bonding on the next item. And there's Suzanne. Hello, Suzanne. You're muted. So Suzanne, we'll get started. That's the next item, and I'll turn it back over to the mayor, who will begin the next agenda item.
The City Council will continue as a joint meeting of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs Financing Authority for consideration of approving the 2020 refunding lease of the 2013 lease financing agreement with Capital One Public Funding related to the 2013 citywide energy management project. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a follow-up again to an action you took at the last council meeting where you authorized the city manager to execute a term letter regarding refinancing the 2013 lease financing agreement with Capital One Public Funding. As mentioned in the staff report, the city entered into this financing for about $18.5 million to complete all of the energy management projects we completed citywide several years ago. Capital One approached the city and offered to revise and reduce the financing rate on that financing, and as a result, we will benefit by reducing the cost of that debt service by almost $1.5 million over the remaining 13 and a half years of the lease agreement. This is a joint item of the City Council and its financing authority, so we would recommend that you take actions both separately as the City Council and the Financing Authority to basically approve what's called the 2020 refunding lease of the 2013 lease financing agreement. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? Any discussion? So there'll be a motion and a second first for the City Council. Move forward with this item.
So moved, Mr. Mayor, as the City Council.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Woods, second by Councilmember Middleton.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Yes.
And Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And now if we can get a motion and a second for our financing authority.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Woods, second by Councilmember Garner.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Yes.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And we will adjourn the financing authority. Thank you very much for joining us. No questions. We'll now move to 5A, which is new business, a request by Mass Flora for an administrative minor modification for relief from the minimum separation distance requirement for a cannabis dispensaries lounge at 577 East Sunny Dunes Road. Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I need to recuse from this item for business purposes.
Aaron, if you will send Grace to her room. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can, for the record, I'm present. I'm just not on video.
Okay, thank you. Staff report, please.
Mayor and Council, this item is a minor modification request for a proposed cannabis dispensary of approximately 1,100 square feet. The business is proposed to be located within an existing multi-tenant building that fronts the street. The minor modification and repairs proposed for the building will require architectural approval, so that would come forward as well. So this shows you here the site plan on the left side of the screen where the tenant space is proposed to be located, fronting the street, as well as the parking area adjacent to it. And the proposed floor plan is shown on the upper right of the screen, and a view of the street is at the bottom right of the screen. This is before you because of the zoning code requirements as it relates to minimum separation between dispensaries. As you can see on the screen here, there are 2 approved applications within 500 feet of this site, and we also have an application that is submitted and pending adjacent to it. In order to approve a minor modification, there are certain criteria that have to be met and found by the City Council, specifically that the use is allowed by the zoning. In this case, it is a commercial manufacturing zone, and it does comply with permissible uses in that zone. However, we do note that this is also within the mixed-use designation of the general plan, and in that designation, the general plan calls for a balance of land uses. In terms of neighboring properties, we note that there may not be an adverse impact to those properties, but results in 3 dispensaries within 500 feet. Adherence to code requirements would protect the public health and safety and welfare As the proposed dispensary is subject to Chapter 5.55 of the Municipal Code, and there are certain restrictions and requirements that the business would be required to adhere to. We would note that there are no unique site features also that justify the waiver, so it really is at the discretion of the City Council if, in the case for this specific request, the application warrants approval. When you go back to the previous slide, you see there is not an adjacent cannabis dispensary directly adjacent to the site currently. You see that there is one down the block as well as one behind the property on an adjacent street, but none directly adjacent. As you may recall, the council adopted Resolution 24799 as it relates to optional criteria when council reviews findings for these proposed applications. And the property, in one of the criteria requires that the council evaluate blight of the building. This property is beginning to show some signs of blight. As it relates to the vacancy of the property, the tenant space the tenant space was vacated earlier this year, and the remainder of the building has been vacated for an extended period of time. As I mentioned, there is another dispensary on a separate block, so that may be something to consider for the council. The hours and operations are generally compatible with adjacent businesses, as the applicant has noted in their justification letter. And we would just note that this is not a social equity program participant. So with that, I'll conclude the presentation and turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. I'll start with some questions. If I can just ask, so I know we have one operating there, which you know, we have one that we've already approved, and then there's another one that hasn't fully applied. Can you just explain where that situation? Right, isn't there one that may be coming, or is it just those three?
So if I can get the screen back up showing the surrounding businesses. Oops, back. Correct. So what you see, the two that are shown in green are ones that have been approved. The JM Endeavors is currently operating. The High-End LLC on Industrial Place has been going through approvals with our building department and under construction. So they're not currently operating yet. And then the other one at Palm Springs Coffee Shop, which you see in yellow, is a pending application that would come back for council consideration at a future meeting.
Okay, just want to make sure I was clear on that. Thank you. Questions or comments? Councilmember Middleton.
You anticipated.
I did.
Yeah. David, during the comments earlier today when we were receiving public comments, I believe the owner of the facility said that they purchased this property prior to the 500-foot limitation going into effect. When did the 500-foot limitation go into effect?
We've had a 500-foot separation requirement for quite some time. I don't know the specific year, but it's been a few years.
And it's my memory is we've had that from the outset with this program.
Correct. After
we had it. Yeah, after recreational became allowed, I think is when we did it.
Right. Okay.
All right, David. Sorry.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Under the changes that were recently made to our ordinance as far as distances that allowed dispensaries a little bit closer together, does this facility qualify under the new rules?
It doesn't qualify because, well, it doesn't meet the 500-foot separation at a minimum, as well as the previous rules had no more than 3 per 3,000 feet. So
Not in this area, though.
Yeah, but this.
That was just downtown.
Correct.
So this has been in place for several years.
Okay. That's my question. I'll have some comments later.
So, David, do you know or when the applicant bought the property? Did they buy it 3 or 4 years ago?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information. I can look, if you give me a few minutes, I might be able to locate it.
Yeah, and I'm curious, sort of, do we know, did the business that was in the retail space on facing Sunny Dunes leave voluntarily? Or were they, I know they're in another location now. That's one of the things we look at as well.
The previous tenant was Bones and Scones, and they've relocated. They do have a business license that was active or valid through April of next year.
Bones and Scones are the...
Bones and Scones. At the proposed location.
Right. So do we know if the applicant who owns the building now owned it when Bones and Scones was there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you.
We can call the applicant and get that information as well.
Yeah, it would be good to have that, just because they said it sounded like what they were saying, and it would be good to hear from the applicant that they bought this and maybe planned to do this before. So it would be good to know what exactly that meant. And for the city manager, if we can check when we passed the original ordinance with the 500 feet. I know it was in either 216 or 217, because it was in my first 2 years, I think.
Mr. Mayor, and I would just note, we found out that the property transferred hands in January of 2019.
Okay, so that would be after.
Correct. It would have been after the city had, well after the 500-foot requirement had been imposed.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, the applicant is on the line now if you'd like to ask questions.
Sure. Thank you for being on. You commented that you bought the property before the 500-foot distance requirement was put in, and I think from the date you bought it was. Yeah. Can you hear me?
The question is, you indicated that you purchased the property before the 500-foot distance separation was put in?
Correct. However, there was an exemption for our zoning classification, and we actually have email correspondence with zoning that confirmed that prior to us purchasing the building and prior to us submitting that application, because we knew that there were dispensaries within that zone. But however, we did have that written correspondence. Otherwise, we wouldn't have purchased that building. So there's just an exemption for the exact zoning classification that we are currently in.
Staff, do we have correspondence that says they were somehow exempt in that classification or in that zone from the waiver requirements? Is that because it's industrial and not small commercial? I'm just trying to make sure I'm thinking this as we're talking it.
Correct. So there was a requirement that commercial zones had a 500-foot separation. There was a period of time initially when the city changed the regulations and recreational marijuana was permitted, that there wasn't a separation requirement in industrial zones.
Got it. And do we know when that went into effect, when we passed that?
It was within the past two or 3 years. I just don't know the specific time frame.
Okay. Do we have a copy of that correspondence possibly where we said this was allowed at the time? Because that's obviously relevant here, I think. They bought the property when it was allowed versus after we had said we weren't going to allow it. That is relevant, at least for me.
Mr. Mayor, the applicant has indicated that he is getting that correspondence from one of his people, and he's going to forward that to us right away.
Okay. Folks have other questions or comments while we're waiting? Councilmember Woods, I see you're there. You're muted off, so that's good.
Just while we're waiting, and I'm not sure where this is going to go, but I would be interested to know if the applicant is going to do any sort of improvements to the facade. I know it's mostly glass, but just what he has planned to be, if anything, to the building. And I know he's probably working to get the correspondence, so he may not be able to answer that.
Ryan, so the Councilmember Woods would like to know if you're going to be doing any architectural improvements to the facade of the building.
We are not planning on doing so, except for signage.
But this would go through AAC if we grant the waiver?
Correct. So we would actually recommend that the applicant do some improvements as a part of their approval of the application, and that would go to the AAC and ultimately to the City Council for final action.
Thank you. Does it make sense to move to the next item and come back to this once we get that information sent to council so we can have time to take a look at it?
Mr. Mayor, the applicant's indicating he's sending the document right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, I have just forwarded the document.
Thank you. Did everyone have a chance to look at that? So from this, it appears when they, or at least before they bought it, which was in early 2019, I guess in November 2018, we were under the no distance separation in industrial zones, which this is. And do we know when the change happened in the ordinance? We have chambers on. I don't think so.
I'm looking up at the ordinance history, Mr. Mayor. Just one moment, please.
So, Mayor, we would like to come back to this item. If we could, we'll move forward and then come back.
Okay, thank you. Aaron, if you could let Councilmember Garner back, please. Welcome back. So we will come back to 5A once we get some more information, and we will move to 5B. Consideration and direction on placement of the Forever Malloran sculpture on Museum Way between Museum Drive and Bellardo Road, adjacent to Downtown Park. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. With regard to this item, what's before you is PS Resorts, which is the tourism organization which was planning on acquiring the Forever Maryland statue, wanted to move forward. And as you may recall, there is a location in the downtown park where we had asked the architect to put as a placeholder as a possible location. That being said, upon further review, the Palm Springs Resorts is the main stakeholder in the organization going to purchase this. They decided that that was not the ideal location, and they have requested that it be actually on Museum Way. That being said, is they want to move forward to procure this statue, but they wanted direction from City Council if you would be okay with actually having that as the site for the statue. So this is before you this evening for some direction to Palm Springs, to PS Resorts, to see if in fact you would be in agreement with them citing it on Museum Way. And I am going to ask Marcus Fuller, Assistant City Manager, he has a couple slides of the locations, and I'm going to have him walk through that site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As noted in the staff report, and as we all know, this sculpture was located at Palm Canyon and Tahquitz Canyon Way for about 2 years between 2012 and 2014. Shown before you is an aerial view of that and a perspective showing how she was located there. Planning for this sculpture was incorporated into the downtown park. On the left-hand side of your screen is shown the east side of the park, which is on the west side of Bellardo Road. We have a large sidewalk that will mimic the sidewalk to the south in front of the Rowan Hotel. And on that large sidewalk area, there is space for this sculpture. It would be located essentially where that screenshot is on the right-hand side. It would be to the left of that parked car and would be oriented with a view towards the north. As that's not ideal, PS Resorts has requested that this sculpture be located somewhere in this area on Museum Way between Museum Drive on the west and Bellardo Road on the east. This is a city street. We did plan for it to be closed periodically. There are bollards installed in the street at either end. And that was planned for, as this would be an outgrowth of the downtown park and allow for outdoor activities. And this is a screenshot looking towards the museum on the west, and on that street would be where PS Resorts has requested the sculpture be located. Mr. Mayor?
Great, thank you. And just to add for council members, one of the issues with where the statue was approved in the park was not just sort of the sighting, but also the issue that people would be having to stand in the middle of the street to take pictures, and it created an unsafe pedestrian issue. PS Resorts had some other suggestions in the park, which would have probably made the park the Maryland Park, and so that wasn't encouraged, and so they came up with this as another solution, and the staff report goes through the options that were looked at. So with that, we'll open it up to questions and comments. I'm just calling someone on this. Councilmember Woods, you look ready. You're on mute. You're going to stay on mute.
Maybe I should stay on mute. Exactly. We've gotten a lot of correspondence on this, to say the least, both for and against. I guess I just want to make sure that, we're not using public money of the general fund to bring this sculpture here. All they're really asking is to use our public right-of-way at this point. So I just wanted to echo that we're not using any public funds for this, any city general plan, the general fund.
Thank you. Councilmember Middleton, you're not on mute.
We've received a tremendous amount of correspondence on this, and I don't know if it's equally divided between positive and negative, but all of it is very emotional and very wrought opinion. I find myself going back to when this first came into to Palm Springs, and I'm going to be very honest. I took a look at it and said, well, it's not my taste, and I thought it was a little kitschy, but I wasn't on city council in those days, and others made the decision, and to my surprise, and I think to many others, there was an incredible draw of people across a huge range of people and personalities that found themselves going to the statue and enjoying themselves while being there. And I know we in this city are incredibly sensitive to how things are perceived. And the perception on the ground was that this was simply a fun statue to use that brought smiles to people's faces. And if there was a moment when my opinion changed on it, it was on that cold night when my good friend Barbara Villani and other individuals with the Coachella Valley Knitting Crocheting Society had put together very colorful leggings to go onto the statue. And they had a grand time that evening with the leggings going up. And I know some of the women that did that, and they'll match their feminist vows with absolutely anyone, and they saw it as fun. We're in the middle of a COVID crisis, and I'm not sure this is the perfect location for it. I don't know that there is a perfect location in Palm Springs, but after weighing things tremendously on this, I'm inclined to support it at the preferred location of PS Resorts. There is a breadth of individuals that are supportive, but I think we should come back in 1-2 years and evaluate what's working and what's not, most particularly after the downtown park is completed. Is this still working as the right location? But closing off Museum Way and making it a pedestrian area, I think it provides us an opportunity to incorporate more art into it to the extent that we increase foot traffic on Museum Way. That benefits the art museum, it benefits the Illuminaire House, it benefits all of the businesses. So let's give it a shot.
Thank you. Anyone else want to go? I'm happy to speak, but if someone else wants to speak first.
I can go ahead.
Sure. I'm a liaison to PS Resorts, so I've, was there when they've had discussions, and Mayor Pro Tem Holstridge and I met with some of the folks about options. For their view to bring her here is going to be in that downtown core. There have been other suggestions in other places that they're just don't feel it serves the goal of the increase in tourism, increase in residents and people in the downtown. There was a place in the park. I know some people emailed me that it, should not be anywhere near the park. That had been a placeholder, as has been said. The other spot that was discussed was, a platform being built over where the art pit is, right next to the road. And as the other option, this gives more visibility from Palm Canyon, sets up an art walk, and of course the road can handle the weight. And that's not an issue we have with some other areas. So just some background on that. I do know that PS Resorts has said, and I think Mr. Dada said in his public comments, that they would do a full study in 2 years, including attendance at the museum. And if it was impacting the museum, they were open to finding another location. So they agreed to just a 3-year agreement is what they're asking for. So it can be reevaluated, sort of to what Councilmember Middleton said. But I do think when she was here last time, when I first read about her, I sort of had the same reaction as Councilmember Middleton when I saw the statue being put up. It sort of made me smile, and just to see so many things there, so many events that surrounded it, it really brought a lot of joy. I've definitely heard some of the concerns as well. So I appreciate everyone weighing in. Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. This is just an interesting issue. I was, laughing in the beginning because it's not something that I think anybody really expects to be voting on, and it doesn't seem like there's good answers because, like we said, we've received so much public comment with a lot of different opinions, and people can get pretty heated on this, and it's still just so interesting to me. Not something I would have expected. Personally, I really love the idea of having this statue in Francis Stevens Park. I've been a big proponent of taking out the Rainmaker fountain and putting in something else for a long time. I just don't think it suits us anymore in Palm Springs. But obviously, there would be a lot more logistics going into removing that piece before Maryland statue could even go there. So for me, in the meantime, I'm okay with trying out this location. And I think that one of the things from growing up here is that our museum doesn't get the attention that it often deserves. And so I am interested to see if this helps to drive some attention there. But I also do understand the desire to keep the museum separate, so to speak, or just to really be able to showcase the architecture. I can understand and appreciate what people are saying about that. I'm more comfortable with allowing it to be there for 1 year, not 3 years. I understand they have the statue for that long, but I think 1 year is sufficient to give us a sense of how it's going. And maybe within a year or two, we will have removed the statue or the Rainmaker fountain, and we can put something up, because regardless of whether Marilyn goes there or not, I think it's something that we should consider removing. I don't know how much it costs to maintain it or to supply the water, but it's probably not cheap. So that's just kind of my thought. I'd really prefer a 1 year rather than anything longer than that.
Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem Holstitch.
Thank you. I just have a question for staff. So we're negotiating. So I see that the direction that staff is requesting is authorizing the city manager to execute a 3-year license agreement for the placement of the statue, if that's what we choose to do. So I think some of that might be, some of the council member comments might be included or incorporated into a agreement like that, like the term. I'm wondering if there are also terms or provisions about moving it, in a shorter amount of time, if there are issues, or placing it in an alternate location, if the location doesn't work, or things like that. I'm just wondering if those are types of things that we could include in the agreement, or if it would just be a simple agreement.
I would offer that certainly council could impose any foundational terms in the agreement that you prefer. I know from their perspective, obviously in doing it originally, it obviously will be it's a thing to install it. Obviously, the foundation, put it in, and then once it's in, the experience was it was sort of beyond anyone's expectation. And then every time then there was any discussion of, well, it's being moved, it's time certain, which is what the loan was for. There seemed to be a crescendo of dissatisfaction that it was leaving, and then it would be extended, and that went on for a couple of years. So that being said, I think once it's there, it's going to be a little hard to move it certainly quickly. Now the PS Resorts indicates that they understand that it's likely not going to be there forever. They have a term of 3 years. If council wants to do less than that, we certainly would make that request back.
Okay, so we need just to give direction now about the time. And then I was wondering, a public comment, someone in public comment raised the issue of crowds gathering during COVID, and I thought it was a good point. I know that that's one of the draws about why PS Resorts want Maryland is because it was so popular. So I'm just wondering if we've thought through sort of how to manage that from the city's perspective.
Well, there's no question it will be a gathering point, and we are going to have to go through an education process with signage, and probably we're going to have to be there on site for a little bit until people realize that they need to social distance and certainly be wearing their face covering. So that's something we'd have to enforce, and we'd start obviously with education and signage.
Thank you. I agree with everyone's comments. I think, Maryland has a complicated, complex history. I've been sitting here trying to, think about if she's a empowered, woman or if she's a victim or a survivor. And we got a lot of comments about that. But overall, I'm not an artist or an art critic. I'm an attorney, so I'm the opposite of that. I do think that there was a lot of public support for the statue when she was here. And people, it brought a lot of joy to people. And it's also problematic for other people, and that's, I think, the role of art in a lot of ways is to foster some of those conversations. So I'm wondering if, and I'm, by the way, very excited about PS Resorts and the idea in their letter about an art walk to the museum, because I do know a lot of people my friends who visited Palm Springs who aren't aware that there's a museum there and don't go that way. And I think an art walk really would help to sort of foster people, moving in that direction. Obviously, people will be visiting our park. So I'm excited about the opportunity for an art walk. I'm wondering if there's a role for the commission here and thinking about, placement of the statue exactly, or working on the art walk itself along with the statue, so that we can really make that like a whole experience. Because I do think we need these types of interactive public art that are Instagrammable, that's going to drive tourism on social media in a way that our city really needs right now. So I want to be, and I am supportive of our tourism economy and continuing to revitalize our downtown and giving people things to do outdoors, as long as it's safe during this pandemic. So I think the statue brings a lot of that. And then maybe the Art Commission can work on, some of the details there.
And I think that's a good idea. And I think if the museum is willing to have them work on that art walk, with the Arts Commission would be great. So on the years, I think the installation is over $100,000 for PS Resorts. So moving it frequently would be tough. And I think, given COVID, to get the data on what it's going to do, may, 1 year may be short. Councilman Garner.
Can I chime in on that? Yeah. I basically, I just want to be able to be doing some kind of regular check-in with the museum and Palm Springs Resorts and just how everything's going. So, I don't know. I feel like if we say 2 years or 3 years, even if it's terrible for the museum, people hang on to that. No, you said 3 years. And especially if we're signing a contract, and that's just my concern, is that, we have some sort of flexibility in there in case this really isn't working.
Okay, so, I don't know, David, Jeff, can we do something so we have that kind of regular check-in? Obviously, the museum is not going to be open until we're out of purple at all. So we have a while where that's not going to happen. And when it is, it's 25% if we even get to that point in the next couple of months. So is the best thing to sort of just continue. I think we sort of have people sense, work with liaisons and PS Resorts and on a final sort of agreement. Is that the best way on the terms? Sort of taking into account that ability to check in if it's really creating problems?
Well, my recommendation on that, and again, of going through this previously, is so one option is you could have a 3-year term, and we would actually incorporate into the agreement that we would have a formal discussion of it, 6 months, 1 year, as an update in a council setting. And then there should be some, and I'll let the city attorney address this, but there should be some ability for parties to get out of the agreement before 3 years. Now, maybe there's it's a 12-month or a 6-month lead time, but we could go into it with a 3, but for some extraordinary circumstances, certainly there should be a way that either party should be able to get out of the agreement.
Agreed.
And if the other, they're going to move it to his private property right next to it, give some time to figure that out this is a problem. Councilmember Woods. Dennis, mute.
Yeah. I like the idea of having an out clause with the lead time. I want to give some credence to those people who are objecting to the location. I think there is a lot of credence to what they're saying. This is a very tall sculpture. It will dominate that roadway, and it will dominate the view to the museum. I don't think there's any doubt that it's not going to do that. It is indeed very kitschy. There's a place for kitsch that goes along with that, and it will dominate the park. And if we're going to accept this, we got to accept that the scale of this thing is going to do this. But if it's a temporary thing, we can find out how it works. But I am not at this point willing to say that we're going to do this along with an art walk, because the scale of it is so big, it will dwarf any art walk that we have. And quite frankly, unless the museum is involved in that art walk, I'd rather see art spread throughout the city. When people Instagram front doors, colored doors, they go throughout the city, and we really would like people to tour the rest of the city. So let's put some of our art money in other parts of the city where people will go and see it. Let's not densify the downtown with all of our art and then have the rest of it, not exist. This isn't the Bean of Millennial Park in Chicago. This isn't the Bean, which I think is what the museum really would like, or those who are sane would like, or is it the reflective roof in Paris? But it is kitschy, and it does kind of fit Palm Springs to a great degree. And I think it's worth a go. I just think we just need it out with some lead time if there's problems with it. And by problems, I'm saying I don't know that we say that it can support the garage. We've had some problems with the garage, but if it doesn't, or if traffic is a problem or whatever, there is a way to get out of it. And I also, because it's a little bit dark back there, especially with the vacant lots, that we may ask them to do some sort of uplighting or something of that nature so that it's a draw of the eye from Palm Canyon as well as a safety issue. But I just wanted to say I didn't want to leave those people who've written letters to think that there was no credence or that we didn't consider, or that I didn't personally very much consider that as a factor in our consideration tonight. But I also want to say that I understand Instagram and Facebook and all of the others are very powerful tools for tourism. Impressions are very powerful tools. You pay a lot of money to get impressions. And we are a tourist economy that needs a little boost right now. So maybe it really is a good thing for us. So I can support this.
Is this something you need a motion on, or is this enough direction, David?
Well, yeah. So you'd be authorizing me to enter into what the recommendation is, a 3-year license agreement, but I believe the direction is to have a termination clause. So I will work with the city attorney, and normally I would bring these agreements back to the city council. However, in this case, it's a license agreement. Mr. City Attorney, is this something you need to bring back to council, or can we do it with the direction that we have?
I think we can do it with the direction we've been given.
Okay. So if I understand, we certainly want we want to have a regular report back to council, and we do want to have a termination clause in this agreement.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of kind of thing Councilmember Gardner and Woods raised, right? The street can't hold it. It's creating a major attendance problem at the museum. So we should give the kind of things, and obviously you should, negotiate that. And if you need 2 of us to help with that, we can do that as well.
And if I can, Mr. Mayor, I think we said this, so sorry it's late, but I just want to clarify for the public, along the lines of what Councilmember Gardner said, the city is not paying for this statue, so we don't have the pick of locations of, all of the ideas that everyone sent in, which I think are really good. And personally, I also would like to see it in Francis Stevens, because I also think that the fountain no longer works and it takes up a big portion of that park, which is a really nice gathering spot, and it's got to go. So, I think there are other locations in the city, but because PS Resorts is spending their money to bring this statue, the request in front of City Council is to approve it, in the street, in Museum Way, or in the park. So I just wanted to, as I'm going through all of the public comments that we received, just clarify for that for people. Thank you.
Councilmember Middleton.
Since two of my colleagues have said they prefer Francis Stevens Park, that's where I preferred it pretty much all along. So I think let's go with the trial that we have at this location and see what works. But I would encourage PS Resorts and others to look at other alternatives as we're moving forward and see what does work and what does not. But this is a trial, and let's see how it plays out.
Okay. So we go back to 5A. Are we ready on that, City Manager, or should we continue on to 5C?
Yes, Mr. Newell, thank you.
Well, 1 second, we have to send Councilmember Garner back to her room. Okay, we're good. Mr. Newell, thank you.
Yes, Mayor and Council. So we did determine that the applicant purchased the property January of 2019. They submitted the regulatory permit in August of 19 to the Special Programs Office. We changed the ordinance in November of 19, and that became effective in January of 2020. So we did also notify anyone who was in the process of these ordinance changes, and depending on where they were at in the process would depend on whether or not they were grandfathered, and this business was not grandfathered. And so it took, roughly a year to get the land use minor modification submitted into you.
And why were they not grandfathered specifically? I just want to make sure I understand that, because I remember that now that you're talking about it. Grandparented, by the way.
Yeah, they were not grandfathered because they were not far enough along in the application process with the regulatory permit.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's helpful information. So, comments or questions now that we know that information? I'll go. Because now I'm torn. Under our current rules, if they hadn't purchased this, I would think this probably did not. I'm worried we're getting too many businesses in that little area. On the flip side, a lot of this has been unrented for over a decade, and but given they bought it ahead of time, my leaning is probably to go ahead, but that's just a leaning. I want to hear from other council members and Councilmember Middleton. I think it's in your district, your thoughts on this. And just based on what the applicant said, I just want to share, I will share with what Councilmember Wood said. The applicants noted that it's blighted, and I would expect more than just signage if this does go through to make it an attractive part of the street.
What we received from the applicant certainly colors this situation. And I'm not an attorney, but they specifically ask Flynn for pre-clearance, and he did not give it to them. What he told them was what was factually true at the time, that the zoning at that time did not have a separation requirement. That was subsequently changed. So I am torn. The area is mixed. It was certainly depressed some years ago, but we've had a number of antique stores move into that area, and most importantly, across the street, Townie Bagel is there and operating, and the line is generally out the door at Townie, which demonstrates that if you've got a product that people want to buy, that area is one that folks will come to. I don't see support for this operation from the neighboring businesses, and I thought it was telling that the applicant would not, when given an opportunity, commit to making improvements in the building, declined to do so other than signage.
Other comments?
I just think we have blighted buildings in our industrial areas, and I think it just brings up the point of our general plan, and that we really need people to participate in our general plan so that we can use our industrialized areas better than we are. I don't know if this is the answer to that, but I just think it does highlight the problems we're having with our industrial areas.
And this is zoned industrial, but there's really a nice retail, commercial sort of core there now as well. Mayor Pro Tem, anything you want to add or say? If there's nothing else, someone should make a motion one way or the other, and we'll go from there.
I will make a motion to deny the request for waiver.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion based upon the fact that there appeared to be an unwillingness to do any sort of design enhancement to the area.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just received an email from Ryan Wimpy, the applicant, saying he would be willing to make additional improvements.
That wasn't that hard. Okay.
Can we talk to him and see what that means?
Yes,
I
I'll
don't
bring
know.
him.
Or I mean, there's a motion. Sorry, there's a motion and a second. I don't know if that changes the motion or the second. But I would be interested if that were to be considered, what that would mean.
Why don't we, there's a motion, a second, now it's open for discussion, and maybe that would be an appropriate way to handle this.
Yep. We have a motion by Councilmember Middleton, second by Councilmember Woods, and we're in discussion, and I think there's been a request out of the applicant. Come on the phone by Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Hello.
Hello, Ryan Wimpy. You're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and I believe they would like to know more about what kind of improvements you'd be willing to make.
Yes, absolutely. Would you mind if I patched in our project development manager? She actually knows a lot more about what we can do on the outside, a little bit more of the process that we've gone through. Because I do know that we've had building plans approved already.
Sure. Go ahead.
Would that be possible?
Go
All
ahead.
right, great. Give me 2 seconds here. I have Maria on the line.
Maria, could you please state your name for the record?
Pardon me?
Could you please state your name for the record?
Marie Fonseca.
Okay. And the City Council would like to know what kind of additional improvements can be made to the facade since this has been indicated to be a blighted property?
Yes. Okay, so we specifically selected the architect that we selected because he knew the original architect of the building. So he knew how he could remodel it and turn it into something modern inside, but keep the outside so that it had the historic look. So it's going to be all repaired and like restored, and the inside is the main focus. But if you need us to do something more outside, we are totally open to that.
Yes, we'd be willing to work with the council, planning, whoever you need us to do to improve the outside, however you guys see fit.
Thank you, and we'll hear from the City Council now.
More comments or thoughts?
It's hard to take and from the virtual dais start designing a building. I could see sending this back to consultation with staff to come up with revisions to what the building would look like, and then having that come back to us.
Let me ask staff. I think, could we do that in that order instead of, and then decide on the waiver versus deciding on the waiver, but then it goes to AAC and has to come back to us, I thought. So just, what are our options here? Because I'm totally open to Councilmember Middleton's idea if that works.
Certainly, staff is definitely happy to work with the applicant on getting a plan that is would improve the building and work with them to get that before the AAC and the City Council in a timely manner, as well as the consideration of this application.
I'm good with that in part because I think, seeing what a plan looks like and giving an opportunity for the surrounding businesses to see that and weigh in, I think would be important, given that is a area where we're seeing more retail, and I'd be concerned on how this looks and fits in, and that we're not getting an over concentration of the other businesses. I didn't see much from them either way. So did you, as the district representative, did you get more comments from other businesses, Councilman Middleton, or do you think we need more notice to them as part of this?
I think more notice will be helpful, but the businesses that I did see emails from were, I don't recall any that were positive for the project. All that I saw were please do not approve. Granted, at least one of those was from someone who would be a competitor.
Okay. So are you changing, let's say, how does that work? Are you going to change your motion to have staff work on this, work with AAC, and then bring this back?
Yes.
The second will be there as long as it's glamorous.
I presume you'll work with them then. Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Middleton, a second from Councilmember Woods.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner is recused. Mayor Pro Tem Holstich.
Yeah.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
And for my clarification, this is to refer it to the AAC, or is this to refer it to staff to work with the applicant?
Both.
Thank you.
We're just referring to the AAC and the staff to work with them on that process, I think, and then bring it back. So we can bring Councilmember Garner back. Welcome back again. We are now, what's next? I think CDBG.
I'm always in the middle of something interesting.
The next item is 5C, consideration of amending the Community Development Block Grant, Consolidated Plan, and Annual Action Plan for fiscal year 2020-21, the allocation of CDBG coronavirus funds. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Council. Jay Verada, our Community Development Director, is going to give you the staff report, but I just want to note this item that's before you, this additional $500,000 in COVID block grant. We just need your general direction on which area to focus in terms of the distribution, as the staff report notes, because we do need to bring it back to comply with federal HUD rules, that it will have to be actually voted on at a public hearing. So the purpose this evening is just to get your general direction, and then we will bring it back at a public hearing for the final action. So with that, Jay, would you provide the information on this request?
I just wanted to bring this up so that while I'm talking, you can take a look at the slide. Here we go. Yeah, that's right. All right, so we're in the third round of funding for the $5 billion CDBG coronavirus allocations. In the first round, $2 billion was allocated, and Palm Springs received $264,000 from that round. In the second round, $1 billion was allocated, and that went to states and insular areas of the country, so we did not receive any direct funding for the second round. But now, in the third round, Palm Springs has been awarded $584,613 for additional coronavirus relief funding. So what we're looking for in terms of direction from the City Council is if you'd like to allocate this towards any particular activities such as rental assistance, business assistance, a combination, or other public assistance, which we've done with the first allocation, as the staff report describes the allocation of the $264,000. And the only criteria that must be adhered to is that the funding is used to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus. So what we have on the screen are just examples from other Coachella Valley cities that are also entitlement cities. And you can see the chart is broken up into round one and round three. Unfortunately, some of the round three decisions have not been made yet by our neighboring cities, so we don't have all the information possible. But I know Cathedral City moved forward with business assistance to assist businesses managing themselves through the purple tier with having to make physical adaptations to their facilities or stores, moving onto streets and sidewalks, et cetera. Indio had discussed splitting their round three funding to include utility payments and business support. And it's Indio's own water authority that they would be supporting residents who are unable to make those payments. And I'm not sure if Palm Desert actually got to these discussions yet, but their award was $610,000. So again, we are looking to the City Council for your assistance and guidance with allocation of these funds, either for additional public service, rental assistance, or small business assistance, which seems to be the bulk of what other cities have used. I did take a look at some other cities in California, and I can tell you Moreno Valley used a small portion for public Wi-Fi. And they have an employment resource center, which also received an allocation. Southgate utilized some of the funding, CDBG funding, for CDBG code enforcement. And we, I think, had some discussions about that in the past where I think it was Monrovia, which had an interesting code enforcement operation using its CDBG funds. Home services programs seem to be utilized. Oceanside allocated some funding for hotel and motel vouchers. And West Sacramento, which got a sizable allocation of $1.3 million, is using those for motel acquisition. So with that, Council, if you have questions or would like to have some discussion, we look forward to your comments.
Thank you. Can I ask one question? So, for example, in Cathedral City, helping businesses, I think expand outside. So, like, we're already funding the K-Rails and all those things for the restaurants that have expanded, I believe. So, could this go to reimburse that if that's what we wanted?
I believe we're using the CARES Act funds for that reimbursement. So we're already doing that.
Okay, great. Because I know these are a little more complicated for people on receipts and all the rules. Well, if we could use this to reimburse something and then use general fund dollars for that, might make it easier for when we give money to nonprofits or rental assistance programs. That's why I was curious on that. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or otherwise comments and discussion? Councilmember Woods.
Yeah, Jay. I just was curious on the criteria. It was to prevent, prepare for, or respond to the coronavirus. What I'm wondering is if we can use it for, we have these large reader boards, and we probably could use a few more of those in different parts of the city to really tell people when to wear their mask, or that dining is open, or something of that nature. Can it be used for that type of promotion?
Yes, to the extent we're not already reimbursing with either FEMA or the CARES Act funding, this can be used for those types of operations.
And if we wanted people to, I guess, part of what the coronavirus is doing is it's suppressing certain types of businesses from being able to really operate under their full capability. So if we were to use some of the money for helping people get into those businesses, like helping them with their window dressing or whatever the case can it be used for something like that versus rent, to help them actually operate their business more successfully?
Yes, any operating capital for businesses that are subject to these restrictions would be eligible. It's a pretty broad definition, and I think we've heard, there are a variety of different ways that different cities have implemented these funds.
And then lastly, if we wanted to give out, like you have somebody walk, like we have code enforcement is a great idea, but may we have stewards that, walk around the streets and hand out free masks or something? It could be used for something like that as well?
Yes, it can be. Keep in mind, these are not necessarily permanent funds, so the steward positions, if they are positions, would be more temporary in nature.
Temporary. All right, thank you.
And just to share that one of the areas that we know there's need, obviously, is for rent relief for residents. And I know Mayor Pro Tem Holstage, I think, had conversations today with Lift to Rise, and I know the city manager and I did previously. And I think, Jay, you had mentioned, I think Jewish Family Services might be able to administer a program. Do you have a sense of what the cost of administration, if we go through a nonprofit to do it, rent relief as part of this funding would be? Like what? Because I know there are those extra hurdles. So I don't know, is it more than usual or is it just standard set amount?
You know, I think, I don't know how to scale those costs for a certain number of, say, applications, but, you know, the example of Jewish Family Services is because they're already doing this. Now, if they had to increase the number of recipients by, I think it could potentially be 100, it'd be over 100 recipients if we use the entire amount for rent relief. You know, I'm guessing they'd have to add some staffing or other enhancements to be able to add to that capacity.
Anyone else? Councilmember Garner.
I really like the idea of doing utility payments as well. I know a lot of people who are worried about that. You know, no one's turning off electricity right now or water or anything, but those bills add up. And even once there's a payment plan, it's still significantly more than what people are used to paying. So I think providing relief to residents in that way would be really helpful.
Councilmember Middleton.
Yeah, I think we know that this money is going to be temporary money, so we should take and use it in such a way as to help those individuals who are suffering the most because of the consequences of COVID. So I support rent relief, I support utility payment relief, but I also think we should provide some of the money along the lines of what I believe Councilmember Woods was proposing to help along Palm Canyon and other places, individuals to act responsibly with wearing face covering and provide those face coverings to them. I think that's probably going to be relatively modest money. And it's definitely something that is temporary because we do hope at some point in time the COVID crisis will alleviate. We have a number of our businesses that are suffering, and I would be open to trying to find a way to help some of those that have been hurt the most to get some relief.
Mayor Pro Tem Holston.
So I like all of these ideas. I'm wondering about and sort of concerned about staff's ability to administer some of these and wondering like what is our capacity to do that, you know, and then, yeah, what are opportunities to, you know, if there are organizations like Lift to Rise is already doing rental assistance or Jewish Family Services I think they do rental assistance. They may do utility assistance as well. So, you know, where is the opportunity? So what's the staff's capacity to administer any of these programs? And then, you know, is it preferable to pick a purpose for these funds where, you know, there's some savings in terms of administration because the community organization is already doing this? And, you know, this isn't what we do. So, you know, how hard would it be to administer some of these programs? And is there a recommendation from staff about which one would be easier if we want to do it in-house?
That would, I'm sorry, if we could outsource, that would definitely be easier. It'd be a service contract for the city. You know, preliminary discussions with Lift to Rise was that they weren't interested in taking on more CDBG funding, though. We can have those discussions with Jewish Family Services for utility and other payments such as rent. There's other organizations who do the same thing also, so we'd kind of have those discussions with them also. However, if it does end up being in-house, staff does administer the facade program, the hotel incentive program. So we've got some models we could utilize to create the files and get the funding out the door. But again, it is easier and probably more efficient to outsource where we can, where those opportunities are. And I would also want to mention, one of the concerns with the first round of COVID was that $264,000 wouldn't go too far if it was for something like business assistance. And, with the county, using the county's benchmark of $10,000 grants that they've been putting out there, and if assuming the entire amount went towards business assistance, we're talking about 48 businesses. If we were to start dividing that up, allocating for rental assistance and for utility assistance and maybe some ambassadors on Palm Canyon, assuming we have half of the amount available for business assistance, then we're down to about 24 businesses at $10,000 per loan or grant. And then we're in that position of picking, who's the most in need and who's the most viable. So not to say we need to steer away from that, but that is one of the challenges we would face if the amount of business assistance was reduced quite a bit.
Thank you. I definitely support picking just one purpose for these funds. I do think that's important to have an effective program. I also want to note that we got a request from the Boys and Girls Club, and I'm sure we'll get some from other nonprofits requesting that we use these funds like we did with the first ones, is funding some of the nonprofits that we typically do who are doing these direct services for the community. But I think if it were up to me alone, which it's not, I do think it's important to do rental assistance or to think about like what are the gaps that have been unfilled, but to hear that there are still, over 200 people, I think, on the wait list from Palm Springs who didn't get rental assistance and who need it. I think tenants have, and I think it can also be for mortgage assistance. They really haven't received the assistance that, businesses have. I asked for and supported some of these funds going to businesses from the very beginning. Palm Desert has implemented a really good program for that with their funding. But I think that there is a lot of need for rental assistance or also utility assistance. And then there are nonprofits that might be able to administer that for a resident. So to me, I see one of that as the highest needs, but I'm really open to all the ideas that council had.
I tend to agree with that. I think that, that there are 200, families on a waiting list who, especially if they're already qualified, and if Flip to Rise has done that and could then therefore administer it just with the money, that would be very appealing use of it. And I agree, things, whether it's rent or utilities, people need a roof over their head and they have to have their electricity and heat on in the winter. Does that give you enough to go on?
Absolutely.
I think one thing you're hearing is we don't want heavy administration needs, and we want to help people who are really in need, who haven't had access to other funding. At least that's, I think, what you said, Mayor Pro Tem Holstage, and I would agree with. People who haven't had access to other funding, and are really in need, I think should be the priority.
Thank you. That is very helpful.
Everyone else okay? There? Okay. Finding a couple more $500,000, though, to do some of this other stuff would be really nice, too. So maybe we will see something happen through Congress that will get money to local governments and cities and for these purposes. Okay, we will go to our last agenda item, the fiscal year 2021 first quarter budget review. Staff report, please.
Council, if you recall at our last meeting, we did give you a presentation of our first quarter revenue projections. And so this evening, we're just going to give you a summary of where we were. And then I do have some recommendations on some personnel expenditures. So, but first, our finance director, Ms. Pauly, is going to discuss the summary.
Good evening. As mentioned in our last council meeting update, the TOT first quarter revenues came up $4.8 million over budget. Sales tax came up $3.9 million over budget, and Measure J, $3 million. The total first quarter increase in revenues is $11.7 million, but we are 1.3 less than we were the same quarter in 1920.
Thank you, Nancy. So as we see, our revenues were increased, but again, we are still below what our actual collections were last year. That being said, Council, I do want to talk about, there's a few recommendations. Overall, this is about $1.8 million from these additional dollars, unrestricted fund balance for the following expenditures. Now, actually, I do need to make a modification, so that will be increasing some. So the first is with regard to personnel items. And the first item that you see there is the fire department for firefighters. We have about 7 vacancies, and we've been filling those vacancies with overtime, and there's a calculation that we can use, particularly trying to save some dollars in COVID, where we fill those positions with overtime for our minimum staffing. We fill them with overtime, but then there comes a point where we do need to fill them, and we were about at that balance now. When we originally did this, we thought 4 might work, but I would like to ask you for the authority to go ahead and fill all 7, not the least of which is because we have to deal with issues of when firefighters are on quarantine, and then we start to have larger issues of just burnout of asking for too much overtime. So that number there that you see is actually then going to be increased by additional 3 firefighters would be $480,000, or approximately $240 for the half a year that they would actually be in this year's budget. So there's the 4 firefighters have authority to do 7. With the police department, there would be 2 sergeants. One of those sergeants will be paid with grant funding, and then 2 officers, a code officer, and a community service officer. And I'm going to go back. The downtown maintenance crew, there's 4. As you know, with the parklets and all the activity that we're trying to do on the COVID, we do need to bring those maintenance workers back. Development services, 1 plans examiner, just to make sure that people's plans are being done timely. With finance department, what we want to do is reclass the deputy city treasurer, which is vacant, to the accounting manager, which will be a savings. And then with human resources, obviously, we had put the director's position, as we had indicated earlier, we were going to not fill that, we were going to fill that with other personnel within the department, but because of that retirement. However, that is an important position, and so we are going to go forward with starting the recruitment process, and it will take some time, but we do want to get started. Finally, staff is recommending $200,000 for tree trimming. That's as much as a liability issue as anything. And then, if you recall, you approved $250,000 for the fire radio backbone new system. That was important. So this is the second part of that. This is the actual installation of the radios, both the handhelds that the fire personnel use and the mobile units that are in the fire vehicles. And then finally, we're moving forward with the Desert Highland Park new lavatories, restroom facilities. This is actually, the $50,000 is to pay for the sanitation and security services for the temporary restrooms that are both at Desert Highland Park and the dog park. And council, that is the recommendations that we're making, and the balance of the revenue would be sent back to the general fund balance to build up back our reserves. Thank you.
Just one question on I think when we did the budget and we talked about the economic development positions being a top priority, and I think we budgeted enough to cover those for part of the year. Is that recruitment going on? Is it what's the status?
That is correct, Mayor. So those positions you had already authorized us to go forward, and we are in the process, obviously, of looking for qualified candidates. With regard to the affordable housing position, we do have the affordable housing subcommittee scheduled for next week. I believe that's rescheduled, and there are some things that we did want to run by the subcommittee, and that will help us decide how that's going to be some mix of contract, potentially contract and or internal position.
Okay, thank you. So questions, comments? Councilmember Middleton.
Question. Dr. Reddy, with going with 4 firefighters, your estimate was the total cost for everything was $1.848 million. If we go to filling the 7 firefighter positions, what's the total number now?
That would add an additional $480,000. So it would be about, it would, although only in this fiscal year, though, would probably only be about half a year, so it'd be 240. So it would be an additional $240,000.
Okay, so that's taking us to about $2.2 million in additional expenses.
Correct.
Against additional revenue of 11.7. When we first had conversation about this, I proposed that if we had additional revenue, that at least 50% of it should go into reserve. And what I'm seeing here is something well north of 50% going to build back up our reserves. So I'm comfortable with your recommendations as the first step.
David, so the calculation, if we add back the 7 in the fire department, and I know the need is greatly there, the overtime savings are going to cover most of it?
Yeah, that's a good point, Mayor, because what we would have to do is we're at least $1 million too short in that account to get through the full fiscal year, the rest of this fiscal year. So basically, we'd either be applying it to the permanent positions or to the overtime. So it would almost be actually better than a wash.
Okay. Great. I think all this makes sense, and I'm glad we have some revenue in. Being on tourism calls the last 2 days, most of the TOT increase is vacation rentals. We still have a lot of hotels that aren't open or only at 50% occupancy, but people are staying longer in vacation rentals. They're coming for longer periods of time was the report I got. And looking at the numbers, it looks like most of the increases from vacation rentals, which is going to help us do this.
And also, Mayor, I would just note that this is some good news. It's going in the right direction. But it's the mix. We also found out, last week that our largest convention, ESRI, has canceled for this coming year. So, we still need to see where this is going. We're in the right direction, but again, the rolling budget model is designed that we can be flexible. But we do know that there still are some negatives out there in terms of conventions and revenue sources that we normally would get. So I think we do still need to be cautious of where we go with our expenditures right now.
I think we all appreciate that, and being back in purple and seeing the cases go up as we saw earlier tonight, and seeing what's happening in other parts of the country, being conservative, not knowing what the revenue is going to be, I think is really wise, and I appreciate that. Anyone else have any comments, questions? Councilmember Woods?
Thank you. I'm just looking at item 3D, $50,000 for temporary restroom services at Desert Island Park and the dog park. I thought that the dog park was being closed.
It is being closed. Marcus, this is going to be in the other temporary dog park, I believe.
That's correct. It's closed for reseating, but we don't have plans yet for a permanent restroom. So the Parks and Rec Commission was real interested in providing restroom services for the dog park, given that the City Hall restrooms are not available for the dog park. So
When it does reopen.
correct.
One other question, actually, sorry about that. So on the palm trees, I'm glad we're doing that because if those skirts fall, it's not good. But I also understand we're not I know we cut landscaping way back, and so we're not watering medians, and I know I heard that from my neighborhood on our meeting. And just, if we're gonna let the plants die and things die, from not watering them, are we adding a lot to additional expenses and letting, how's it gonna impact trees and things along those lines?
Mayor, we are watering medians. I think what you're referencing is some isolated medians in the old Las Palmas neighborhood that don't have water service that we're manually watering. But we've not changed our watering schedules for all our landscaped areas.
Okay. And on the neighborhood annual meeting yesterday, they were very appreciative of the city working on an agreement where they'd help fund that. So they spoke highly of your efforts, Marcus. So I pass that along. So we need a motion.
Motion to approve. As amended to fill all 7 of the firefighter positions.
Second? I'll second. Let's go. Motion by Councilmember Middleton, second by me.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holstitch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So now we're on City Council and City Manager requests and upcoming agenda development. We've had a few things.
So actually, Mayor, if I would note on our agenda next week, obviously, we're going to have the continuation items and then potentially the block grant as well, in addition to Eve. Anthony, you having the swearing in?
So we'll have the swearing in ceremony at the next meeting. As well as the campaign financing report. Once
Yes, that's ready.
Yes.
Yeah, and then earlier, if we could bring the lease agreement and cannabis, we can do both of those together. Councilmember Garner.
The licensing fee for the animal shelter.
Yeah, so let me do this, if I could. I need a little bit more information. If I could talk with you, Councilmember Gardner, it's likely to be the first meeting in January, but I also would like to just throw something out there, Council. We had the discussion of the boards and commissions and the affordable housing. We were going to do that as study sessions. So what I would like to do is at least get those scheduled. And it looks like probably it's going to be a January timeframe. So if we could actually get those potentially calendared, that would be helpful to at least handle those study session items as well.
And in addition to that, we'll also need to schedule a special council meeting for the interviews of HSPB, Planning Commission, and Measure J Commission. And as requested, there would be the review of the liaisons to organizations And then also, when you want to consider the 2021 City Council meeting schedule, whether that's going to be at the next meeting or in January.
So maybe 2 meetings in December.
Okay, anything else? When we're getting in before midnight. Okay, Councilmember Woods.
I'm using this moment for a comment. I talked about how great the mayor has done over the last year and the sweeping win of Mayor Pro Tem Holstich. And I forgot to mention the win of Councilmember Middleton, who is absolutely fabulous to work with. And congratulations, and I'm glad to be working with you again. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will adjourn to our next regular city council meeting on December 10th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. unless we do one before then. Good night, everyone.
Good night.